Test, test, test. Okay, cool. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, hi Phil. Hey Sinistella. You can hear me normally, right? Let me try something really fast. Engage privacy mode. Okay, that's still working. Yeah. Also, look, Abby's here. She's here in the morning. All good. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, so happy Wednesday. Today is going to be the last stream day of the week. I will probably also stream in the afternoon, but it's the same day. So I want to get through with some code changes. I want to push a new change today. I will still be able to work for a little bit tomorrow on this, but then not on Friday. And the streams will resume on Monday. So it's really just one more missing day. Um, yeah. Anyway, PRs are on the list for tomorrow. Although I should probably look today to see if there are any changes that need to be made. Yeah. And we could probably get some testing done on that stuff. I wonder if I should start with PRs. Also, do I want to fix the shop thing? Maybe I do. I want to fix the shop thing, and I want to look at PRs. All right, we should probably start with PRs then. There's one other thing I wanted to write down about this. I don't remember what it was. Well, can't be that important if I can't remember it. Yeah, I don't know what it was. Okay, so yeah, let's get started on this. So what's the oldest one of these? Add screen fader, updated 5 days ago. This is the earliest number. Hey, Goose. How's it going? I was watching a little bit of Red and Curly last night, but I didn't really pay attention to chat, so I don't know if you were there. That the battle preview when hovering over the minimized slot. You know, I've been thinking about this. Oh man. Okay. So we minimize battles to this tiny little like window title here. And I was wondering, should we just minimize them to this tiny view here? And actually, I might hold off on this as a result of that. I'll write this here. Run this by Kevin. What if instead of a preview window? Oh, there's Kevin right there. Okay. I'll run it by you now. So, Kevin, I don't know if you heard that, but right now we minimize to this bar. What if we minimize to a very tiny window? So there's basically no need for like the hover over preview. We just shrink the window. And from a usability perspective, I actually think this could be pretty interesting because it's like you can still tell at a glance how your battles are doing. And we could even expose a setting for like how big the minimized battle window should be. And it would make it so that battles are still always on the screen, which is something that I wanted. And especially because battles are going to be producing sound. Like, I think that it makes sense on a lot of different levels. I don't know if there's an easy way for me to test this. I could probably just manually change the size of instances. All right, so we go to create instance. Yeah, so let's take a picture of this. Actually, hang on. I should make 3 instances before I take a picture. Okay. So I'm going to minimize 3 of these things and just put them here and take a pic. And then paste that over here. And then in order to change the size of this, let's go into instance slot. This is what should have the size. Yeah. And I think we can just change this to be like divided by 4 and divided by 4. That doesn't divide by 4. 288. Something else is set to be 288. Maybe this thing. I don't know where this is. Because it could be anywhere. Here, this is 512. Okay, that's what's causing this, I guess. So we just divide this by 4. Okay, now this, we can get back to what it should have been. This divided by 4. It's still not shrinking the... Oh, that's because of this. Wait, what is going wrong here? This is still 500. Not sure about it. I think I'd ask what people would prefer. Getting resizing the viewport at runtime may be tricky. Preview is just a viewport texture. There was a bug a while ago where all the battle windows got bigger. It might have been in one of the PRs. But I think we can just change the size of this thing. And anyway, if there were no technical difficulty, I think it would be our best case scenario. Okay, I still do not know where this is coming from, that this is so large. Maybe... Yeah, I don't know what's doing this. There's the toolbar. Maybe this has a minimum size. It shouldn't. No, it doesn't. And it's even smaller over there. Oh, maybe what it is it's not a minimum size anymore. Maybe it's just a size. Yeah, maybe I just need to shrink this. Okay, that worked. Okay, so something like that. Let's try that. And then this is already the right size. And no, wait, no, this is wrong. This needs to be divided by 4. I don't know. Let's just leave it as is. Let's hit the play button here. I might have totally botched this. Okay, it kind of worked. We got the smaller window over here, but now I need this thing to be smaller too. But thankfully I ran it like this, so I can just change something over here for this. Let's try. Divide by 4, divide by 4. That doesn't do anything. The viewport itself has a size that's maybe too large. Whoa. Whoa. What is going on? Oh, cool. There we go. Other than the end battle screen, that I would need to fix. But something sort of like this. This is definitely too small. But let's start a couple of these instances. Oh, that one's going to be broken now. They're all going to be broken, I guess. All right, let's take a picture of this. Yeah, I mean, I definitely botched it. But maybe double the size of that. Or we make it a scaling size so it can be at some arbitrary scale factor. I think we need to change the scale of the sub viewport container. I'm not sure the scale is taken into account for sizing. That's why we set it as a child of a control. Containers don't work. I think it's possible we need to sync the size of a control parent with the scale of the viewport. Yeah, I think it should be easy enough to do. I think we have a path for that. But yeah, I think it's something that I'm not sure. I'm still not sure what I want exactly here. So we have like the regular battle windows, and then we have a minimized windows, and we have a setting to control the size of these. And they can get down to like 0.25x all the way up to, I mean, they've got to be minimized, so they've got to be smaller. So maybe something like this. And you can pick within that range. And then maximize windows. And maybe there's a setting to control the size of these. And this would be like 2x to, I'm just making up number 5x. And we maybe auto maximize boss battles. Anyway, something along those lines. Okay, my posture is always terrible when she's on me because I have to like lean over her. Kat, would you like to maybe sit anywhere else? The answer is no. She wants to sit exactly here. I'm gonna review these tomorrow. I want to look at some other stuff. I know I've been putting this off. We should look into allowing it to be resized on the spot, like you'd resize an OS window. Yeah, that's true. Let me write that down. Think about the battle window stuff. Kevin said that if we're going to allow you to customize the window size, that perhaps we should just let you resize it like an OS window with drag handles. I think I'm still leaning toward minus and plus buttons. But yeah, this is the kind of thing we would need to try out. Okay, I'm going to save this for tomorrow. Go to window API, make them proper windows. There's a setting to make them embed into the main window. I'll write this down. I'm not certain I want to do that because I think anything that's got dragging in the game right now, we need to always be mindful of like what's going to happen on mobile. So dragging this window around is not too bad because the drag target is gigantic. Oh wait, no, you can't drag from here anymore. Oh, wait, what? Yeah, you can't drag from the background anymore. I think we broke that at some point. Well, anyway, the drag target's supposed to be the whole window. I wonder if it works when you're in the battle. No. Okay, well, anyway, yeah, the drag target's supposed to be pretty massive. Kind of the same thing for items. You can zoom in, but the edge of the window is always going to be this like kind of 2-pixel thing. And what happens when there are a couple of them there and you're dragging the wrong one and you have to move and resize. But anyway, I'm not sure. We'll have to think about that. So I guess we should fix the shop thing first. I kind of want to do the revamp skills thing. I guess I have both of these things open right now. We can revert this. That's weird. It just asked me twice about that. Paradigm would need to be different anyway. Yeah. Yeah, but I guess, okay, sorry. Mobile's a bad thing to mention there. I meant like even a controller-based platform. Like imagine you're playing on desktop and you just happen to be using a controller. Like resizing the window would probably be annoying. Okay, let's get out of that stuff. So I have 2 different sort of PRs that I was working on here. Revamping skills and tracking shop sales. So we should tackle one of these first. I guess the skills thing is probably more important. I posted a big proposal thing over here on Discord about what I wanted to do and why. I've been thinking about this a lot, like a lot. And I will sum this up for people who don't want to read a gigantic message. So right now in the game, we have the concept of wisdom sludge. Let me go close out of these things. So you build the farm, you plant some crops, you harvest them, you get this new currency up here, wisdom sludge. And once you get enough, you can level up. I set the cost to 0, but imagine this at 10 or 50 or something. So when you level up, you get a skill point, but you wouldn't automatically get a skill. You would have to unlock the skills. And unlocking the skills made the cost go up every time. It gave you a random skill. There were a lot of problems with this system. Like people were confused. Why wouldn't I just unlock a bunch of skills, even if they don't have the points for it? Like, am I getting a benefit just by having these unlocked? Why is the cost going up the way that it's going up? And the reason we had done this in the first place is so that you didn't get to a new character and you're like, oh, cool, the paladin, what do they do? You're like, Holy Link, okay, Shield Bash, okay, Holy Light, okay, I can understand these. And then there's another 7 things you have to read. You're like, okay, I don't care. And we saw people would just like, they'd just be like, oh, let's just put points like that. Like, who cares about reading these things? So in order to not overwhelm players, we were like, we need to gate how you get skills. Well, then we ran into all the confusion that I just mentioned with like, you're clicking unlock random skill here. So what I'm going to shift to is every time you get a skill point, you will also just unlock a new skill. So like, we'll take the mage, for example, here. You level up once, you got a new skill. You level up 2 more times, you got a new skill. You level up 2 more times, you got a new skill. And that'll keep happening until you've unlocked all the skills. Then at this point, now you only get skill points. So now we have 10 skill points, but 7 skills. And then you can pick how you want these to be. And then Rami added, why even have these be random? Like, what are we gaining by that? So now we could curate the order of this, which is probably a very good idea. That way we've got some certainty that you could only have chosen certain things. And it's not going to feel like a tree structure. So I think we needed to make both of those changes. So yeah, I guess let's push the shop stuff onto the stack. Although this is all pretty straightforward stuff. In fact, how do you stash only specific files? Probably a way to do that. Oh, are you getting up? No, you're just sitting down again. Cat. I think this cat is the best, but in times like this where my posture has to suffer, I just want her to sit next to me. Can you do that? Oh, what a good kitty. All right, well, there probably is a way to do this. Git stash only specific files. Dash dash path to your file. Okay. So git stash dash m. What are we doing here? Shop sales count. Shops, yeah. And then dash dash and then the path to our files. So let's go get those. Git status. So we want shop and we want buy item. Ezekiel, please tell me that worked. Yes, good, cool. Okay, so now git stash list should only have the 1. 2. What is this? Clarify how to export fonts. Oh, that was the change I made the other day that I kind of just broke. Okay, well, whatever. We'll just not worry about that. All right, so now we should be at the skill change things that I wanted to do. This is a relatively involved change. Where is this? Here it is. Yeah, that was the stash that was lost, which I thought I listed and couldn't find the other day. Okay. So we should consider putting reset skills at the bottom. We should consider fading in the new skill button. Figure out if any UI needs to change further. I think I've already pretty much coded this, right? Let me take a look. Where is the unlock skill button? Here it is. All right, I just want to hide this thing. Oh, it's going to be, oh, that won't work. I think stashes are tree or branch dependent. Oh, I didn't realize that. I just thought there was one global stash. Interesting. Yeah, this is what I want to do. Okay, there. Now it's going to be hidden. Now I think that's it. Like, if I weren't to do anything else, this would technically, from the player's perspective, look like I coded everything. But we need to go delete a whole bunch of stuff. So anyway, we level up. No, wait, that doesn't work. Because I hard-coded this somewhere else. There's a right-clicking the level label. Whoa, what is that? Level label? Character level label, this. Debug right-click, debug level up adventure. Why did typing right-click not find that? Oh, weird. It did now. All right, so here we also have this, unlock new skill. So I want to do this regardless of how you update this thing. How did this work? Level up adventure, level up adventure. Is there an event emitted for this? No. Oh, wait, I guess what we could do is we could just put unlock skill into the adventurer, right? Yes, that's what we'd probably do. Okay, so then that's a code change we would need to make. So unlock new skill should be moved from adventurers panel tab to whatever levels up adventurers. Yeah, I don't know what that is yet. And then let's put this in the debug thing that we have. Oh, except for this is not correct. We need to do if ac.level %2 equals 0. There. Now it should be correct. Stashes are children of the commit they're created in. Yeah, then that would make sense that they're branch specific. Just never knew that. All right, interesting. Yeah, so now we leveled up to 2, so we got a skill. Level up again, we get a new skill. We level up again, we get a new skill. And so now we have, your skill point should always match your number of skills right up until you get 7. Then you should only get skill points. Yeah. Why did... Oh, interesting. When skill points hit 10, it resizes the whole window. All right, well, that's a different bug. Although, actually, technically, this is happening even without hitting 10. Like, the difference between 6 and 7 bumps... Is it bumping the thing on the right slightly? Where's a number that is wider, maybe 2 to 1? No, I don't really see a difference there. Well, whatever. We know for sure it happens with 9 to 10. It's obviously bumping then. Hey, Ramy. Okay, so probably need the skill points X on the left to not bump the UI when you go from 9 to 10 to 9 again. We can actually, I don't know how we do that. Hey, P-Technic. And hey, Ramu. Just make a monospace. Yeah, I mean, that would be the easiest thing. Okay, so like I said, this is pretty much coded. Now we need to just go gut everything. And unfortunately, the biggest problem with this is there's an adventurer, what is it, skill cost calculator? All of this code serves exactly one purpose, and it's putting the right cost on your next skill. So yeah, this generates a gigantic table, and the table looks like this. Yeah, this table. And I did some basic number crunching here to try to figure out like how much are players spending before they fight the dragon. And I imagine it's about 200 gold. So this should also affect the pacing issue because I think we added this money sink in without really rebalancing a whole lot. Not sure what the internationalization friendly solution is there. Yeah, I'm not sure either. It's got to be like a margin that can be eaten into. I guess we just set a minimum size, but then, yeah, what if it's twice as long in another language? Are you going to support different numbering systems? Like what? Do you mean just different languages numbering systems? Because I think that should just pretty much be automatic with localizing a game, right? Oh, yeah, maybe there's confusion about this. Yeah, the word skill points could be a different length. Like right now in English, it's the largest of the words up here. Goes all the way off to the right. And skill points is the only thing that can change. I guess what we could do is we could figure out the length of the highest number of skill points you can have and then set this whole container to just be that size. But then again, the other way we could do this is just, I don't know, make this take up all of this space and then just center the whole thing. Or even just center it over here. Whatever, we can probably figure it out. Cat, can you please get up? I want to be productive. She's just licking herself. Cat. All right. Bath time, I know. Okay, let's move unlock skill to the wherever this happens. So it's whatever we call level up adventure. This is happening directly inside of town. Stat computations has something for this too. I think it can just go into stat computations, even though technically it's modifying skills. Yeah, let's do that. So unlock new skill. Wait, what gave you your skill points then? Stat computations. Oh, right there. Okay, that's fine. All right, so we just copy all of this over to here. And then if this is greater than 0, run all of this. There's no update selected character. There's none of that. There's none of that. There's none of this. That should all just work. Oh, except that the skill table needs to be gotten. Oh, no. Where do we get that from? We like make something and initialize it. Drat. I guess we could make a new one. But this is going to connect to a bunch of things. Yeah, this is not going to be good. And what is this for? Shouldn't we be able to figure this out on our own? Man. You don't need the skill table, right? Yeah. So part of the reason that I kept things this way. Hang on, let me get the cat off of me. Cat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I betrayed you. Yeah, so one of the reasons I did things this way was I didn't know if we'd ever go back to having any sort of skill dependencies, and I didn't want to gut all of the skill table stuff, but maybe it's a good time to do that too. You monster unsubbed. It's just so uncomfortable. If I'm just watching something, it's fine because then I can lean back. But if I'm trying to lean over her, it's very uncomfortable. Yeah, so what a skill table is at this point is just an array of skills. Oh, in fact, that's kind of how this is treated. It is just a list of skills. Oh, wait, so we can just get skill table data then. I don't need to do this. I don't need to do anything crazy, I mean. And then how do we know what is locked? Because this is probably going to change too. Where's that? Locked abilities. We make this when we initialize. Just get data.skills.whatever. Yeah, let's just get this once. This should be pretty easy. The desk attachment. I wonder if she would sleep there. She might. She might actually like that. The thing is, we've gotten her cat towers before, and she does not care. And we were like, that's it. We're done buying cat towers. But yeah, a little cat bed. Actually, I guess it doesn't even need to be a desk attachment. At first, I could probably just get a coffee table or something, put it here, and put a bed on top of that. Yeah. All right, data. Where does data come from? Adventurer data. Yeah, so we can get this at the beginning. Is that not valid? Skill table data? The cat bed. Well, we already have a cat bed, so I could test this by just moving that cat bed. Also, she does use that one. That was the one that Toulouse recommended. That's got a heating pad at the bottom. Although ours is not pressure sensitive, so it's just always on. Does not contain a definition for where. Did I not just include where here? I think I just generated a new thing. Yeah. I meant to use link. Did it even recommend using link? What's going on right now? No. Oh, because skill table. Oh, we need this to also. I see. Data was the wrong kind of data. That's what I want. All right, abilities component. Where does that come from? Right there. And this will be entity AC, I guess. No, AC is already used, so this needs to be renamed to abilities component. Wait, is AC already used? What am I doing? Yeah, I'm doing things fine. Okay, so then this goes here. This needs to be the skill table. Locked abilities, locked abilities. We don't even need this anymore. We sample one of these. And we unlock it. Okay, how's that look? Change type of variable from I read only list to list. Yeah, sure. Okay, so then we delete this stuff from here, and I guess we don't need locked abilities anymore. Is this used for anywhere else? It's set there. It's read from unlock new skill, which we're deleting, update unlock button, which we're deleting, and debug unlock all skills, which we're maybe not deleting. I don't know about that one yet. We should probably keep this function. Ugh. Fine, I'll write a note about that. Biggest bug bite on my leg. Is it potentially a spider bite or something? Because well, I mean, you would know better, the spiders and insects in your area, but there are some places in the world where spiders aren't going to kill you, but they'll do things like that to you. And there's some places where the spiders will kill you. should probably still exist, but maybe it doesn't need to use locked abilities like the skill table uses. Don't have any dangerous bitey spiders here. Yeah, I don't think we have any here either, but we have, what is it called? The huntsman spider? These things are pretty big. I won't show this on stream in case people are arachnophobic, but yeah, they're pretty big. I think they're harmless. Wait, no, these are gigantic. I don't think it's this one. I don't know. I don't know what it is. All I know is my wife is terrified of spiders, and every once in a while she'll be like, Adam, there's a spider. It's gonna kill us all, and I have to go over there and try to like rescue it and take it outside. It's fine when they're on the floor or they're on a wall or something, but when they're in their corner, it's practically impossible. Hero Adam saves the day. What can I say? I learned everything I know from Lord of the Rings. All right, so this is going to go away. We can just delete this now, I guess. Unlock new skill. This button is not going to exist. We'll deal with that later. This also had update selected character. What did that do? On character selected. Okay, but when you click level up, it should update the selected character, right? Yes, and not quite yes. But now yes. Hates any bug, even like a caterpillar. You can come back to my office, but don't let me see you do it. Do most people consider caterpillars to be bugs? Look at these little things. Look, you can pet this. Probably some of these you shouldn't be petting, but this kind you can pet, I'm pretty sure. Are all fuzzy caterpillars poisonous? I hope this is Betteridge's Law at work, and the answer is no. Because otherwise, maybe I shouldn't be saying you can pet caterpillars. Don't show this on stream. I don't think that's a thing. Should make a game about caterpillars and then censor all of the caterpillars. All right, so we level up, we get a skill. If we level up via the farm, we should also get a skill. Yeah. But now we don't have a way of getting all of the skills at once. Maybe we could make a right click of reset skills do that. Yeah, that's probably what we should do. Maybe right clicking reset skills should do that. Yeah, gross multi-legged, slightly hairy, crawling, yucky things. Okay, that's fine. I mean, my litmus test is, would Kevin's wife hate this creature? If so, it is a bug. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. You have centipedes? Yeah. They can be part of the family and they eat spiders. Yeah, but the spiders eat bugs. So which do you want less in your place? Just imagine Kevin goes in. There's an important meeting going on or something. Honey, do you like caterpillars? I'm busy right now, Kevin. Okay, so adventurer panel tab. We're gonna remove the unlock button here. And what does this say? Skill table not unlocked. That probably needs to change. The label in the skill panel probably needs to change. I think it mentions clicking a button, but that message should never show anymore. Man, I don't want to do this only because this code was all fine. Now we're deleting it all. Unlock skill button. Goodbye. Goodbye button. Yeah, now I gotta delete everything from here. I'll miss you. Yeah. Okay, let's get to it. So unlock new skill is going to be gone. M2. Thanks for the resub. Cringed and yelled, ew, does that clear it? Yes, that clears it. The townspeople are behaving, yes. How are things going in your world, M2? Hey, Brandon, thank you too for the resub. Welcome back. Welcome back. I want everyone to type Adam EJ if you got it. I actually just talked to EJ yesterday using cactus form, and he said nothing. All right, UI decline is still presumably used somewhere. Only there, only for the enchanter thing now. I'm actually kind of surprised that this even had a sound associated with it. I asked a question. Oh, I said, how's everything going in your world? Then I had a coughing fit. Update num abilities unlocked. This whole thing is going to get deleted. Delete the adventurer calculator. Oh, what a shame. Added to a readme somewhere. What a shame. You know, one of the things I thought about is we have the wisdom sludge cost to level up. So level 2 takes 10 sludge and level 3 takes 50. And these are just the same across the board for all adventurers. But I was thinking, what if we did the same thing we did earlier, where it's like 10 for the first adventurer, then 15, then 20, then 25. But people didn't like that concept. But that would actually fix some of our problems. But that would cause another problem too. So anyway, not worth it. But yeah, I thought about a lot of these things. And hopefully we're in good shape here. Compute cost to unlock skill. Delete this. Oh, wait, no, that's inside the calculator. No, it's not. It's right there. What am I talking about? We can probably delete that. What about all this other stuff? Component, modify, money, play sound. This is all fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, okay. So I think we delete the whole thing now. So unlock new skill. Not a thing anymore. Go back to the unlock skill button. Find more instances of that. So debug unlock all skills was the thing that we had. Allow right click while disabled. Oh, this is probably never used anymore. Surprisingly it is. What file is this? Flee button. That's not necessary. Yeah, that's not necessary. The flee button's never disabled. Huh. Anywhere else? Battle panel. Okay, that one's important. So we need the feature still. We just don't need this. But it's not actually that bad to just leave it anyway. Is this ever disabled? It's not. Yeah, I'm going to remove this then. It's not, like I said, it's not bad to keep, but why keep it if we don't need it? All right, we're getting there. There's also a tooltip I guess we got to get rid of. Unlock skill tooltip. So this stuff we don't need. Update unlock button. This whole thing should be pointless. Get unlock at max and get unlock button text. Get unlock at max and unlock button text. Unlock random skill max. Sure. Let's delete those. Compute cost to unlock. That's going to go away. Whatever called this needs to go away. Every time your money changed, just delete it. Delete it. Delete it. Goodbye, code. Goodbye. This is the only time I find deleting code to be sad. Like I said, this served its purpose. It was working. It's just we deleted the requirement for it. I like removing code when you refactor something and you get rid of duplication or you make something more performant or just more maintainable. But I don't like deleting totally functioning code. We're euthanizing the code. I was off Monday, went on a road trip to do some research for the railroad. Got a lot of good info and drone shots. Oh, cool. Yeah. I was just thinking, I wonder if we shipped most of our goods through via drones in history, which I mean wouldn't be possible. The railroad would have always happened before a drone. But I wonder if people would be as into drones as they are into railroads now. I mean, I know there are hobbyists like drone pilots, I guess, or collectors, but probably not to the same depth that the railroad hobbyists go. This is my own naive opinion here. All right, so unlock skill button's gone. Now we need to go tackle unlock skill tooltip, which I think was part of the button, which we may or may not have deleted. I'll have to look at the scene for that. theme script. Yep, it was deleted. That's good. Also, that's what I expected. I just need to make sure. All right, so what do we do? We set this. Get unlock skill tooltip. Is this a thing still? Unlocks a random skill. Cost rises every time. Okay. That's gone. So now everything with unlock skill is gone. So this is fixed. This is fixed. So now this needs to be called on reset skills, I guess. But reset skills, I don't even think exists until you level up. So that means you wouldn't be able to unlock all of your skills. Oh wait, no, but the debug button does. Okay, what if you right click the debug button? That would be great. Yeah. Let's do it on that. Debug grant skills button dot right click. There is no right click. Okay. Let's go give it a right click. So this needs to be wherever right click pressed exists. We need it to be there. It's a button supporting all clicks. Also, wherever I just was, I happened to catch that there was an import that's no longer needed. Well, I don't know where that went. It's got to be one of these files. Yeah, there it is. Skill table data. Oh, because I accidentally implemented a method there. All right. What do we have to do then? Because what is the flee button? The flee button should also be a button supporting all clicks, right? I think that exists in instance. Yeah, what is this? Icon button with a script, icon button, which inherits from button with custom children. Wait, so button, what is button supporting all clicks? Oh, okay, sure, whatever. Yeah, fine. I think we just give it that script then. So we go into here, we should see a debug button. Yep. And this has no script, and we just attach this script. And then when we set up the debug button, we say, well, we can't do that. I guess it needs to be button supporting all clicks. And then we set this right click pressed plus equal debug unlock all skills. All right, not too bad, not too bad. Let's try it. Oh, it's not there. Okay, so we need the debug button to show no matter what. Show the debug +1 button, regardless of whether you have skills. This may mean moving it to a new location. That's fine though. But assuming we unlock one of these, let's test it. Yeah, it worked. So left click adds skill points, right click unlocks all of your abilities. That's fine. So that means we can delete this. Maybe it doesn't need to use locked abilities. Let me go take a look at that. Debug, unlock all skills. This gets every locked ability that we have and then unlocks it. And we compute this now just for the sake of debug function. These are all unlocked abilities, including innate ones, in the order that you unlock them in. Why do we do this? What? Why do we do this? Oh, I see. So that we can add the right skill buttons. Okay, that makes sense. And then we do this by unlock order. So we don't need to figure out the locked abilities now. But this already has the data there. It's probably best to just leave it how it is. Yeah, I think I'm fine with that. All right, so show the debug +1 button regardless of whether you've gotten all the skills. This is inside of a container that is completely hidden. Yeah, skill point container. So if we just move this outside of here, it should be fine. Just put it there, I guess. I want it to be a little more discreet than that. I guess we can just change this. Maybe put it on the right side. Yeah, that's not bad. It's not great. We could make another HBox container and that way we could align these things still. Alternatively, on debug build, no. Yeah, I think the double HBox container is the way to go for this. Oh, fine. All right, so make a new HBox container. Put this inside of here. This is set to expand. This is fine. And I'll put this inside of here. And now I think we're cooking. But now why are these so close to one another? I guess just because there's no separation for them. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense, does it? No, these aren't in the right container. Oh, wait, no, they are in the right container. Yeah, it said these don't have separation. This has separation. This is set to 30. Yeah, this should also be set to 30. Okay, there we go. That looks good. Let's try that out now. That did not work. Skill points show up, though. How did I break this? I don't think that's what this used to look like. But I also don't remember. So let's go into the tools folder and open the last exported build. And just take a look. Oh, wait, but that will involve us beating the first boss, I guess. No, wait, maybe not. I'm not sure. Let's just click new game. Let's just find out. So I got to skip this. I got to build all this stuff. Sure. Okay, we got to wait for the first battle so we can unlock the adventurers panel. This is not a debug build, so I can't speed this up. Okay, there we go. So now we should have, what is it, until you put a potion in the shop? Yeah, now we got the adventurers panel. Oh, so that always did show up. Did we intend for that? I guess so. I don't remember it being this way. This is probably how it always worked. We never changed the visibility of this. Okay, well, I just didn't remember that. But the reset skills button, we do change the visibility of? Yeah, huh, okay. I misremembered this. Two of my favorite drone shots. Oh, wow. I like the first one. The second one, for whatever reason to me, looks like AI generated this part of it. And I believe you that this was a drone shot, but for whatever reason, this building looks out of place. Or where trains go to sleep. Fun, I made a code pen that enumerates the number formats that your browser supports. Some of them don't seem too serious and more about UTF-8 supplements. Should mine be showing a bunch of boxes for some of these? Interesting. It's less than a year old, so you're saying it could have been made by AI. They built the building in real life. Ran out of patience adding all the fonts. Ah. I see. I guess it makes sense that there's no one font to support all of them, because who would ever need it? How do I look at what you typed? Yeah, okay. All right, so the debug button is hidden. I don't know why. Let's just not hide it. Set up debug button, hide. And then if we're not on a debug button or a build, then just hide it like that. Yeah, that should be fine. And then delete this. Yeah. Slightly not square and has a little tilt, which makes it look weird. Yeah, there's something kind of funny. So from our bed, there's a mirror on the door, and it's like a tall vertical mirror. And I always just thought, because whenever you're looking at this, you know, my wife uses it when she's changing in the morning or something, and like, oh, how does her outfit look? Whenever you look at it, it looks like a normal mirror. But when you're laying on the bed and you look into it, there's something about how it's set up so that it's like a funhouse mirror. And I took a hilarious video of Abby, which I probably can't share because I don't know, our room is messy or something. But her head is like normal size, and the middle of it's like very tall, and then it goes normal sized again. It is so funny seeing that in real life and not realizing that this wasn't like a normal mirror the whole time. They have a picture of this online. Yeah, anyway, it's something like this was happening, but imagine this with a cat. Can I share a link? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay, so this is now done. So this adds the reset skills button, which is kind of interesting. Because I guess we're unlocking the skill table by doing this. Also interesting. Wait, something. Oh. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. When you level up, we force this to get unlocked. So why don't we do that when we debug unlock these things? Level up label? Level label? Yeah, here. This has a right click somewhere. Here it is. Debug level of adventure. What does this do? Calls level up. Update the selected character. On character selected. Maybe we just need to call that then? Except for I don't think that's true. No, that's not true. Okay, something's weird. Something causes this to unlock the skill table. I guess we can just take a look at where we set the visibility of everything. Here. Just put a breakpoint there. All right, so I don't care about this at first, but then afterward. So if I right click this, its setting is unlocked to false. Why? Oh, level is greater than 1? Seriously? That's how that works? It's technically not the right condition for this. It's technically, have you unlocked any skills? But it's easier to just check levels greater than 1. Oh, except for the skill table itself should have that information, right? What am I thinking about? We did not make it public. But we could just make this public and then we could find out. Or we could just figure out how many skill buttons there are. Oh, num abilities. It's right there. Okay, well, that's easy. All right, let's just do that then. So instead of checking level is greater than 1, check that skill table.num ability is greater than 1. That should do it. Oh, we had to do levels greater than 1 earlier because you needed to unlock the skills using a button. Now you don't have to anymore. All right, let's close out of the million other instances of Skeleseller we have. There, 1 million closed. Okay, so if we left click this, nothing happens. If we right click this, we get all of our skills. If we are not even on a debug build, so let's go cut out all the debug stuff here. Say that this is debug. Yeah. So now we do not have a debug flag, and it will not show us the debug button anymore, which means all we'll see is skill points until we get the farm. Yeah. So now it says defeat the next elite enemy to be able to level up and unlock your skills. Okay, that's true. Sure, fine. Let's go do that. So we upgrade the portal. Oh, wait, we need to beat this first. Okay, then we upgrade the portal. Then we beat this. And now it says build the farm to be able to level up and unlock your skills. Okay, so we go build the farm. And now it says level up using Wisdom Sludge to unlock your skills. Okay. And that's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. This is called too soon, I think. Did this work? This should have worked. It's called 3 times and it did not work. Why? Oh, this is supposed to be greater than 0, not greater than 1. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I don't know. I was just not thinking there. Did something break? I had broken in on the breakpoint that I had, and it just didn't highlight it the first time around. So that's why I just ignored it. Okay, so now we gotta go do all those steps again. All right, well, I'll do it quickly. So we start battle. We upgrade, start another battle. All right, now we build the farm. Now we level up, and there's our skill. Perfect. Which means that we can never show that message anymore that says this. Unlock the skill using the button at the bottom. Wait, unlock this skill. That's not even possible anymore. That hasn't been possible for a while. The button literally just doesn't even show up unless it's unlocked, so we don't need a condition here. Which means we don't need this either. Which means we can, yeah, just get the tooltip, I guess. Okay, but that's not even the thing I wanted to fix. The thing I wanted to fix was the other message. The one that says something about a button. Ah, where is it? Wait, what? Don't we say something about button below? There it is, right there. No skills unlocked label. That should be deleted. No skills unlocked container and no skills unlocked label. No skills unlocked. All right, so that goes away. That goes away. That goes away. Okay. We're doing it. We are doing it. It's funny because the feature itself to code this kind of like part way took a minute, and to code it properly is taking an hour. Yeah, so now I think we should put reset skills maybe at the bottom and have it be a large button. It'll be a very enticing button if we do that, though. Let's not worry about that yet. All right, so this is, oh, no, this is, oh yeah, I deleted that debug. All right, so that's done. Label in the skill panel needs to change. I think it mentions clicking a button. That's done. Delete the adventure calculator. Oh man, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do it. Calculator. All of this code is going to get deleted. So I'm going to put this into a README. Do we have some like deleted code? No. what do I call that thing? Hmm. I didn't call it anything generic. Yeah. I could have sworn. Okay, let's do this. Let's go into game docs and then try to find out where I link to a canonical GitHub link. I guess we can search for GitHub. That's slightly more than I thought. It's not bug workarounds. Okay, this is one of them. Adding stats from the tavern. Adding stats from the tavern. As of March 26th, we're changing the tavern in case we want the stat granting code in the future. I wanted to save some canonical links to the code with some details. Yeah, so I think we should just rename this to a generic file. Do we do this anywhere else? So adding stats from the tavern, files with old code. So there's one. Anything else? Not this one. Not this one. Not this one. Not this one. No, what about this? No, what about this? Rendering in camera space. Rendering in camera space. Okay, I think we're just going to save this as something like deleted code. How about that? And then we delete the adding stats from the tavern. And we talk about, so this will go like that and that. And we name this deleted code overview. This is just a collection of canonical links so that we can quickly find code that we've deleted in the past. All right, so now we're gonna add a new one here, and this is gonna be skill cost calculator. As of today, it's always on a Wednesday. we're making it so that you no longer have to pay gold to unlock new skills. Instead, you'll get a new skill every time you get a new skill point. Hey, Goose. Why at the bottom? I'd probably push it right, though. Not sure why that didn't look odd to me before, but it does now. If we hid this... So you're saying just make this expand? Wait, that wasn't good enough. Then I guess we need to change this to also lay out such that the children are... Wait, how do you make it span the whole container? That's a thing with Flexbox. But with this, I guess we need to make this thing expand as well. Yeah. Okay, there. And then if this is on, then it'll show like that. So I think that's fine. All right, so making it so you no longer have to pay gold to unlock skills. Instead, you get a new skill every time you get a new skill point. When we did have a gold cost, we had a relatively complex calculator to figure out the specific cost based on how many skills, how many adventurers had gotten skills already. That code is here. And then is it worth including what the table looks like? Where'd that go? I just copy paste and yep. Oh, nice. All right, here's what that table looked like. Here's what the table it generated looked like. Okay, so I'd like to align this, but I'd like to spend no time doing this. So what we're going to do is just type a bunch of spaces until this looks good. Because that's just the fastest way. There. So now when we preview this, that's not what I meant to do. Good enough. I'm not going to fix that. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I don't expect anyone to ever read this again. That's why I don't care about fixing it. So delete this, add to the README somewhere, delete compute cost to unlock skill. Okay, let's take a look at that. So this just gets, nope, that's the wrong file. This one. This is unused, which is why it's highlighted yellow. It uses the adventure skill cost calculator, which we're going to totally delete. But then what's this stuff? Number of abilities unlocked by this adventurer already. We didn't really need to do this, did we? Whatever, I guess we're deleting it. Okay, now the whole calculator goes away. Skill cost calculator. It's only ever used from this one spot. We made a new one with the town. We updated it. That was it. And now it's going away. All right, let's delete it from Godot so it deletes the UID file as well. Calculator. Have I deleted any other files at this point? No, only a README. READMEs don't get UID files. Maybe align the box and label too. Like I said, we're never going to look at that file again. And if we do, I don't think we're going to care that it's slightly misaligned. But yeah, if I wanted to fix it, I'd probably just type some more spaces there and it'd be fine. Right now, I think it's a mix of tabs and spaces. All right. Calculator. Okay, all that code is gone. Consider putting reset skills at the bottom. I don't care. Consider fading in the new skill. Yeah, this one's kind of nice to do. Let's go try that one out. So whenever you unlock a new skill, you get a new button. The new button is something only the skill table would know about. Oh. V-align the, oh, I see what you're talking about. You're saying within this, because this is not centered. That's not the centering that I want. I want, oh, this itself is not centered vertically. Vertical alignment center. Okay, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Camel Soup. And thanks, Kevin, for suggesting that again, because I interpreted it to be about the text I was typing in. Yeah, that might look better. Let's try that out. Wait, and then didn't I make some other change right now? Fade in the new skill button. Oh yeah, I haven't done that part yet. Let's do that. So we add a skill button here, and then we should do fade functions dot fade in skill button 1. There. Let's check it out. This might cause it to fade in on load, which I think would be okay. As long as it doesn't cause it to fade in when you select new adventurers, which it might do. Yeah, I think that's fine. All right, so we faded these in, but now what happens when I click another adventure and click back? Yeah, it always fades in. Okay, we can't do that then. We need to only do this when you unlock a new ability. Well, we don't know that you just unlocked a new ability. I guess we could tell when you've selected this versus when, oh, we just call reinitialize though. Oh, in fact, what it's going to do then is it's going to fade in every ability every time you get a new ability. So if I level up here and I level up again, yeah, every time I level up, it's going to keep making the abilities all over again. Is it worth it then? I think I would like to fade it in, but it's always going to be the next skill. So let's just delete that for now. Yeah, it's fine. All right, probably need the skill points on the top left to not bump the UI when you go from 9 to 10 to 9 again. So one of the ideas that I had, and I don't think this is necessarily a good idea, but what we could do is we could make this take up all of this space and then just center it. Hey, Musty. Even if just the last one faded in, it'd still look weird because the others would get shifted first. Yeah, although that I think would be okay. I don't think that would look that strange. But I guess I'm not doing this anyway. I'm not going to change this one either. I think this is fine. All right, figure out if any other UI needs to change further. Adventure button lights up when you have skill points. Close some issues around this. All right, so adventurers. You have 2 adventurers with an unspent skill point. So the mage, let's go clear out all of their skill points. And now it says you have 1 adventurer. And we clear out theirs. And now it says view adventurer information and customize their skills. Okay, that's fine. Anything else look a little weird? You get 1 skill point on every even numbered level. Changes in skills only take effect in future battles. Refunds all of your skill points. This is free. There's nothing else in this UI that we need to look at. Yeah, I think this is all fine. If we do find a problem, hopefully someone reports it, but yeah, I think that's okay. Now, issues we're going to have to search through. That's going to be a little bit difficult. Figure out how this affects save files. We may need to increase the version. Oh, I should have saved a save file from before all of this. I guess it's not too late to do that. Let's try it like this. Let's save this. And then let's open up the game from the last exported version. So we're going to kind of test this a little weirdly here. We've got a newer version that we just saved that we're going to load into an older version, but it should be compatible. So we should see the same layout we just saw. The mage has all the skills. The witch doctor doesn't have one because we're level 1 still. So we need to level them up first. And we don't have any money or anything. I should have given myself some money. But yeah, this looks fine. Okay, so let's give ourselves some money and try that again. What am I doing? We can just do this, right? Yeah, save data, save.json. Load this up. And set my money to some larger number. There. Okay, now we load the game. And now that we have enough money, we can do whatever we want. Let's send the mage into this battle so we win this. Oh wait, can we already upgrade? No, we can't. We need to beat this. All right, this should be very fast. The mage is level 20. I think 1 fireball should do it. Yep. Okay. Now we upgrade the portal and do this. And then by winning this one, which the mage should also win pretty quickly, but probably not in 1 hit. Yeah, 2 hits. All right, now we have unlocked the farm, which will allow us to level up. But we don't have any wisdom sludge, so we need to upgrade all of this stuff. Oh, you know what you can do? You can take the ogre blood. Where is the ogre blood? Yeah, you can put the ogre blood into the extractor. I've never seen that happen before. Also, we just run out of money? Oh, because the max is set to 1,000. Oh. Like, that should have been impossible. Oh, well, I only bought a few of these things, so I guess we just have to wait at this point. Hey, Hef. Happy 5 months of game dev. Have you been doing game dev? Because I've been working on Skeleseller for a while now. But it's been like 13 months, 14 months? Oh, you're talking about just based on the day number divided by 30. Yeah, yeah. I've been working on, that's how many stream days there were. So yeah, it's been like a little over a year of doing the game dev stuff. Sorry, I misinterpreted the context of this because I always forget my own titles. Okay, so now we have enough to do this. So we're going to level this up. Actually, let's level up the rogue. I need to do this too now. I need money for that. Drat. I wasn't counting on needing to actually play the game. All right, let's just set that to auto battle. They'll figure it out. Yeah, they're gonna get way too many items. And what did I need money for? Oh yeah, to unlock a skill. And how much? 45? I should probably speed this up a bit. Unfortunately, there's not too much I can do here. I can feed the slime some of these cloaks. All right, we're almost at 45 there. Now we have 45. We unlock this. We have precision. So remember that, precision. Now we're going to load it up from over here. And it should just be fine. I can't imagine how this would be broken or wrong. Yeah, precision. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, thanks, Hev. I think the impressive thing would be if the game were successful. I can stick to a game for a very long time, but that doesn't mean I'm making a good game. Can you edit the save file for money? Yeah, I could have edited it again at that point. You could start over with the knowledge you have now. What would you do differently with your game? So what's kind of a weird answer to this is, I was just talking to my wife about this. At any given point, every game is a combination of design decisions. But while you're developing it, you're going to have like decisions, let's say A, B, and C. And then you're going to realize, oh, B doesn't quite work. So you try like A, B prime, and C. And you're like, oh, you know what? A doesn't quite work. So now you change that. And now that you're in this state, you're like, oh, turns out the original B would have worked. And this is just a really simple example, right? You say like, let's change how leveling up works. So now, oh, skills need to be different. Okay, that makes sense. But then you change skills and you realize, oh, leveling up didn't need to be in the game the way it was. I would have liked to just pick the right combinations of like A, B, C, D, E, F, and so on and so forth. And their prime versions and their double prime versions and everything else. I'd love to have bypassed all of that. So this is also why I say cloning a game is much easier than making a game from scratch. If you were to try to come up with Tetris, and let's say you've never played Tetris before, you might never come up with it in your entire life. It might just be, I mean, it's a pretty simple game, right? It's a pretty simple way to even explain to people who don't play games how Tetris works. But it's elegant. It caught on like wildfire. Like Tetris is still popular to this day. But if you were to clone Tetris, you could do that in a sitting. You could do that in a weekend. So if someone were to clone Skeleseller at this point, they would bypass all of this decision fatigue that I had and just be like, oh yeah, there's a farm in the game. Coding a farm is easy. Here's how I do it. So yeah, I think that's the biggest thing I would like to shortcut. But I think that's also a sort of unsatisfactory answer. I think it's more like, what did you learn that would impact all future games you make? And the way I look at this question is, I made Botland before this and I took 5 years doing it. And the biggest learnings from that are what I'm now applying to Skeleseller. The learnings from that to Skeleseller. So, and the biggest learnings there were validate your idea early and often. And well, that's, I think, the absolute biggest thing. There are lots of learnings from that, but this is the number one thing. Like, you shouldn't spend 5 years making anything if you're not certain it's going to work after even like 6 months probably, or a year, or maybe 2 years at most. But like, you shouldn't go 4 years without validating something that's going to take a whole other year to finish. And I learned what it took to validate this a little bit more. Like, I think it's just get feedback pretty often and then analyze the feedback. And it's pretty easy when you're hearing the same thing, like, oh, I hit a bug here, and then 4 other people say, yeah, I hit that same bug. It's like, well, you should probably fix that bug. But it's harder when people are sharing their opinions on how things work. What we just changed was skill points here. It used to be you would click level up, you'd get a skill point, but then you had to unlock the skill using money. This system worked, but it did cause confusion and frustration. And there was no like clear solution to all of the problems that we had with that. So it took a lot of thinking to try to come up with something better. But what if we just never fixed it? How much would it have held Skeleseller back? And we'll never know the answer to that, right? You can only launch a game like once and have people experience it for the first time once. What was I going to do? So save files seem like they're fine. If they're not fine, then I guess we just tell people to start a new game. And then Rami said he didn't understand what randomness adds. It may be something we want to revisit for the main mode. Yeah, I think it probably is. Okay, so I think we can check in what we've done so far. But let's go find all of the things around skills, I guess. Make unspent skill points much more obvious. Controller support, surface game stats. Wait, aren't these the same thing? Make unspent skill points much more obvious. Indicate that an adventurer has an available skill point better. I think this is a duplicate of this, isn't it? We have skill pips, so I wonder if we should have this symbol next to the pips, or instead of the pips. Then when hovering over that adventurer, it could say you have an unspent skill point. Also, when you have unspent skill points, but no way to spend them without unlocking a skill. All right, so that's no longer an issue. But what about this? Yeah, I'll just merge this with the other one. What is this? 958. Okay, so from 958, which I'm closing as a dupe of this. Okay, that should look good. Good. And then we close this as a duplicate of 677. 677. Done. Hey, Method. Hey, Luna. This color of slime is different because they have different diets. Never thought about that, but sure. One of my only games that got traction on itch was built off of Flappy Bird. Game took 2 months to finish, but the initial game took 1 weekend. Oh, yeah. So I think there are two things at play. One is coming up with the idea and then making that idea. And the other is making something and then polishing that thing. And I'm saying both of these arrows take a long time. But this one you can cut out completely by just stealing someone else's idea. And I'm not advocating for stealing someone else's idea. But I'm saying if you're making like a Tetris clone, then yeah, you don't need to design Tetris. You just need to come up with a code. Never be able to please everyone as much as one wants to. Yeah, it's just about pleasing Raimi. That's it. That's why they call it the Raimi test. Why is this not working? My mouse. Just need to plug this in again. There we go. That fixed that. Yeah, I agree it's not about pleasing everybody, but I think what's kind of uncontroversial here is let's say there's a crash that everyone is complaining about. Like this is pretty clear, like you should work on the crash. So I think it's the same thing when there's a feature and it's causing confusion in most of the people, maybe like 80% of the people who play. This is something that, again, kind of uncontroversially, you should probably address. It all depends on the level of confusion, right? If it's changing like the music volume in the game, yeah, maybe you don't need to touch that. Maybe people just figure it out and it's fine. But this is a pretty core feature. So I don't think anyone's going to be upset by its removal. And the only reason people even would be upset if they were upset is that now there's no way for you to unlock another skill until you level up to 4. And like, that's just how this game works. So that's a you can't please everyone kind of thing. Because it used to be if you wanted to spend more money and you're like, you know, I don't like this skill, you could get another one. Makes a game about a skeleton that sells potions. Well, no, you'd have to change it slightly, right? It'd have to be like you're selling drinks, you're selling clothing, and you're selling accessories. Thanks for the solid answer. I appreciate it. How do you feel like getting a lot of feedback, especially from new viewers who've never seen your game before, as well as longtime viewers? Does that kind of feedback ever change how you see your own game? Maybe you get on the wrong path where you waste time. Sorry for the questions. Love to hear about. No, I'm fine with answering questions. So I have a pet peeve, and I have made this clearer over the last few months, but it is people giving feedback on Skeleseller without having played the game. That's my only annoyance. Like, there's a free demo, so there's basically no reason why not to play the game at this point. And I would rather people just don't give feedback on something, at least not game design stuff, if they haven't played, because the number of assumptions I see from people, and this is, look, I generalize, I'm a streamer, right? I have a very small amount of time to gauge whether this viewer's chat message is going to be important. I generally can tell when someone is young in chat and their opinions are less valuable to me. Um, so yeah, I've seen people come into chat. I won't try to come up with a specific enough example here, but they'll say something like, "Oh man, it'd be super cool if these skills had different cooldowns or something, and you could pick whatever something." I don't know. They just come up with something where it's like the game does not work that way. The suggestion does not make sense. It doesn't fit into the methodology of Skeleseller. So it's basically a waste of time to suggest those things. And I've had to push back against some people kind of more than others to be like, "Can you please play the game? Can you play the game and then provide feedback?" Like, so that's it. That's my pet peeve. As far as if they're new to this genre or not, I think everyone's feedback is valid as long as they've played the game. And sometimes if you haven't played the game, your feedback can still be totally valid. Like in the context of this, let's say I'm like, how do we make the sound sliders look a little bit better? This is not something you need to have played the game to be able to give feedback on. So this is not like a game design thing. This is just UX, UI, volume sliders in practically every game. So sure, by all means, share feedback on that stuff. But yeah, game stuff, I only want to hear from people who've pretty much played at this point. And it's different. And right in the early phases of the game, there was no demo. It was just design. It's totally fine to hypothesize what is the feedback going to be, and then what will we do based on that. Yeah. Right. You should add a battle royale mode. Yeah, so something like this. people people pretty much do suggest that. And it's like if you played the game and you suggest it, again, totally fine. It's like, okay, yeah, maybe that could make sense. But yeah, some people are just like, yeah, you should do that anyway. Anyway, I'm not sure I fully answered the question. Um, yeah, anyway, how do I feel about getting feedback? So I think feedback's important, and I think getting it from a variety of people, again, assuming they play the game, is good. You have players who play idle games all the time. You have players who game but don't play idle games. You have players who don't game. These are three very distinct categories. And and there are lots of minor categories in between these, right? Like, oh, I've played 2 idle games before, but I don't really like them or something like that. Or yeah. Um, it's important hearing from all of them. In fact, I just mentioned this. We've had this skill system in place since I want to say February. It wasn't until Sunday that my friend played this game and was unlocking skills and thought that just unlocking the skills was providing some benefit. And the reason why is because some of these don't make it clear that there's a level associated here. This says grants the stalagmite ability, but when you have 0 points in it, it's not actually granting it. You need to put the point into it to get this. And same thing with, where is it? This. Let me take a picture of this so it's not blocked by me. This says that at level 0, you have 5 lightning bolts. And that's true, you do, but that's because the skill up here has 5 lightning bolts. I have to yeah, there we go. So it calls down 5 lightning bolts. But it looks like level 0 is doing something for you here. So like we went however many months without people providing that feedback. And now it's not an issue anymore because you don't choose when to unlock skills. So if you think that it's doing something at 0, it doesn't really make a difference if you think it does or not. Yeah, so anyway, I think it's good. Does that kind of feedback ever change how you see your own game? Maybe you're on the wrong path where you waste time. So I've been thinking about this. There are certainly blind spots that have happened where people suggest something and I'm like, oh man, I just did not think of that. That's a great idea. But then there are also cases where I have a general sense of uneasiness and I know something has to be done. I don't know what, and I don't know how big of a problem it is. And that's kind of how I felt about skill points. It's kind of how I felt about, I don't know, like the number of buildings, the replayability of the game. Actually, I think replayability is a great example. I was never aiming for Skeleseller to be replayable. But we've gotten enough feedback where people are like, man, I want to play this game for more. Where I was like, okay, I should probably think about this then. So now we've got a general plan. We haven't actually implemented any of that though. But yeah, hi everybody who's dropped in. Dead Robot, A.K, Thomas, Codex, Smack, Sick. Once you finish the game, all the customers will gather in an arena to fight, and the one that bought the most items is the most decked out will basically win. Problem is, I don't think it'd be fun because you did not deck out those customers. Do you have any other game genres you'd like to explore? Genres, I don't really think about too much. I think about more of game ideas. And there are two categories of games that I want to pursue in my life, like original ideas. So Skeleseller fits into this category. Sure, idle games exist, but like this specific formulation is not something where I looked at a bunch of other games and I'm like, oh, here's what we need to improve. I just kind of came up with this. And then I'll say clones, but I wouldn't clone the game exactly. So there are games like Magic Carpet, Kirby Air Ride, Soldat, the game called Redungeon. I think those are the ones that come to the top of my head. Yeah, I think these four games I thought were amazing, basically, or they had like a great idea, and I just want to see what would I do if I were to tackle these games. Now, Kirby Air Ride is getting a sequel in the form of Kirby Air Riders, and I think it's this year on the Switch 2. So I am super looking forward to that. I loved Kirby Air Ride. That was a great game. Yeah, so anyway, what I like to explore some of these things. I'd love to see just what do I do or what could I bring to these. And Soldat had a sequel. I never played it, but it wasn't free. I think Soldat was free. And Redungeon just ceased to exist. That game was a mobile game. It was an endless runner. But yeah, here's how the game worked. It was like any endless runner. You had, some arrow keys, and then you also had an ability key. So that's it. You had 5 things you could do. And moving down was rarely even an option you wanted to do because this was endlessly going upward. But the way that this game worked is that there were these dungeon pieces. So for example, this bottom part, picture it like one piece, and then this next section is like one piece, and they just randomly threw a bunch of these pieces at you, and each piece was almost like a puzzle of how do you complete it quickly. So in this one at the bottom here, when you touched a tile, it would crack and disappear. So you couldn't go over tiles twice, basically. So if you want to collect these coins, you needed to not get baited by the coins at the bottom and like run around in a certain way. But then also the dungeon is scrolling upwards, so you needed to get them quickly enough. Anyway, cool idea. I'd like to make something like that. I don't know what I would do that's different from what they did. And I just haven't thought about it a lot. All right, we got to keep looking through issues and see what other ones we can close here. What did we find? Indicate when you have enough sludge to level up an adventure. Tooltips, improve burn. Talk about something skill points. Hey, Bertrand. Just stop by to say thank you. I built my corn. I love it. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I'm glad to hear that. I hope you continue to love it. Someone just left a comment on my corn video with just these 3 words. Not worth it. And I just thought, 1, I guess, why would you comment that? Like, what is it adding to the discussion? 2, it's not like I'm going to disagree. It's like, yeah, it might not be worth it for them. That's totally fine. But yeah, I've gotten more positive feedback than sort of neutral or negative feedback. Make it landscape instead of portrait. That's my change to the world. All right, anything else? I think that's it when we type skills. What else could we type? Abilities, maybe? And what about ability? Huh. I could have sworn we had another issue here somewhere. Maybe progression. I'll search for a few things. I'm not going to look through like 200 something issues. I just want to search for something. No, that's fine. And what about adventure? Corn video? Corn as in the keyboard that I'm using. This is called the Corn, C-O-R-N-E. And welcome in. Let me know if you're hiring. Indicate that an adventure has an available skill point. Regenerate adventures. Multiple battles. Repeat a boss. Regeneration. Create the golem. Spear caller. Oh, we didn't... Did we come up with a name for that? Yeah, create the mushroom adventure. I gotta write that down. Huh. Adam faster than me. I'm almost done reading through this stuff. Roll map better, yeah. Oh wow, there's a whole other... I didn't expect the second page to have this many. Is there another page after that? No, there isn't. Anything else? No. Okay, so then if we find any other issues, great, we can try to solve them then. But otherwise, I think this is pretty good. And then we need to file an issue about creating the mushroom character. So we have one for Golem, Spirit Caller. All right, let's put related issues 967. And here, related issues 966. And then let's file a new issue. Create the mushroom adventurer. We'll add graphics and stuff later. Related issues 966, 967. Cool. Assign this to me. All right, so the new issue number is 996. 996. There. Save and save. I thought you were an actor. What? I don't know what this even means. I've never heard that before. Yeah, if you're saying I look like an actor, okay, I've heard that. But if you thought I am an actor, I've never gotten that. Okay, so let's go check that in. Everything we've done here. We'll review this one more time. I'm not going to look through README again. I don't care about that. Skill point container. Yep. We should have a lot of deleted code here. Yeah. Then this entire thing got deleted. Acting as in a video. Like acting like a corn on the cob. I'm still not sure how to interpret all of this. All right, this unlocks a new skill. It doesn't really belong in a stat thing. None of this should be checked in. Oh, in fact, something I need to look at here is if we go back to the adventurer calculator, did this use game constants at all? Because if so, I might need to delete something. No, it didn't. I think they were all just hard-coded in here. Yeah, they were. Oh. Okay, that's a very different interpretation. I would not have jumped to that. But thanks for clarifying. Yeah, I'm gonna get an award for that. Corn with Adam. All right, that one's done. This is minor and really shouldn't have been here. I'll just check this in on its own, I guess. Just remove unnecessary code. The flee button can't be disabled, so we don't need to specifically allow right-clicking it while it's disabled. There. Okay, what else? Stack computations added the level up thing and adventure panel tab. Okay, this is where the majority of the code changed. So let's look through this a little bit more closely. It's going to be a lot of deletions and not a lot of actual modified code because I got rid of a bunch of buttons and tooltips. Yeah. Yeah, in fact, almost none of this was change code. Like this one was. This one's fine. Well, this one's fine assuming that I can load this. Let's, I guess we could load the game. Yeah, everything looks good. If we put a point into precision, save and load. Yeah, nice. Okay. Okay, looking good. Looking good. Cool, yeah. All right, so we're gonna say change how skills are unlocked. Rather than costing money, you know what, I should probably file an issue just so that I can put this in here. Yeah, fine, I'll do that. Change how players unlock skills. See, is this the section? Yeah. See this scratch section? In short, or actually, you know what we could link to is the Discord message as well. Why can't I copy this? There we go. I summarized it in this Discord message. And then we'll just paste in the message because it's already marked down, so why not? And we'll just delete the feedback part. All right, preview this. Yeah, cool, great, great. All right, now that is issue 997. Fixes 997. Rather than costing money, they are now unlocked whenever you get a skill point. Okay. Now, Rami suggested something that I want to consider here. We have random skills unlocked. So if I let's just click this, for example. Here's the cleric. I'm going to take a picture. And now we're going to start a new game. And we're going to do this. Okay, so take a look at the picture on the left. Ooh, there's no difference. Okay, so the debug way does not work for this. Let me try that again, except for this time, let's pick the warrior and let's click this. There. All right, so there's warrior number 1. And now our second yoga pose over here. Warrior 2. And we click that a bunch of times. All right, these should be different. Yeah. So you see the order of the ones on the left. There's the hand icon there. It's over there. Then the hammer icon is the third one instead of the first one, so on and so forth. This is random, the order that you get things in. And should we keep it that way? And I think the answer is no. In fact, I don't know what compelling answer there is for keeping it that way. Like randomness in skills. The only pro is replayability of the main game mode. This is sort of negated by having extra game modes, though. Those can randomize skills if we want. But the con is that it's harder to balance. It's maybe less exciting. E.g., if you get a sucky skill as your first choice, you're locked into that. Oh, wait, okay. I think I remember the driving factor of this, actually. I was thinking about influencers. You know, you watch someone play the game and they unlock a skill and they're like, oh man, now that I've got, let's say they've got 3 choices. They're like, oh, now that I have these 3 choices, I want to go for this and this skill. And then you play the game and instead of being like, oh, that build worked for them, let me copy exactly what they did, you wouldn't have those same skills. So you wouldn't be able to copy it. So you'd have to think a little bit more. I think that was the main driver behind why I did that. But I don't know if that's I don't think that's an important reason. In fact, there are probably a lot of games out there where you unlock skills in a certain order and you still pick how you sort of flesh out the skill tree. In fact, that's probably how most games kind of work by default. Yeah. It's fun to have as an unlockable after your first playthrough, but I think on the first it should be in a controlled order. And be able to turn it off. When you say be able to turn it off, you mean in the subsequent playthroughs? Do you think the amount of players that would actually do that is big enough to warrant the... No, I'm pretty much clear I'm turning off the randomness. I'm still just thinking about this in terms of what are the pros for keeping it, and I don't think we're keeping it. Yeah, turning off. Yeah, so that, the way I'd probably surface that is, I mentioned these run modifiers. There could be something like random skill unlock order, and you would turn it off before the run starts, not after the run starts. So yeah, that could totally be a thing. Okay, well, there is one thing that's going to be a little difficult about this, which is if we don't go for randomness, then we need to decide the order. So let's go decide the order, I guess. Let's turn off the randomness first. So there's stat computations, we have level up. So what is this doing right now? We're just sampling one. We should just get all of the locked abilities, and then instead of sampling, get the first one. So now that's not needed. And there, now it should be the same order every single time. Let's go test that. The order is random in that it's whatever I typed in. So it's not really random. It's deterministic. It'll be that order every time, but I don't know what that order is because I don't know what order I typed them in. So let's try with the archer here. We're just going to click all these skills. And now we should see that exact same order the next time. I don't know what the odds of getting the same two orders would be. It'd be 1 out of 7 times 1 out of 6 times 1 out of 5, 1 out of 4, 1 out of 3, so on and so forth, which is probably like a 1 out of 2,000 chance or something. So I imagine it's slim enough where we can just test this once. Yeah, they're the same. Feels like that would need to be complemented with a seed system. It could be. Yeah, I'm not actually certain why games expose a seed, except for the two reasons I could think of would be speed running and playing the exact same single player world as a friend, I guess. Like, I don't think Skeleseller really needs to support either of these necessarily. Oh, I was pretty close. 1 out of about 2,000. Yeah. Okay, so that's done. Now we need to go look at adventurer data and figure out what the skills should be. Let's just do this by feel, I guess. Let me unlock every single skill. Oops. Okay, so mage. I think what we can start with are the more straightforward skills, and we could actually base this on what we used to have as the skill choices. And we probably shouldn't introduce too much synergy in the first like 3 skills, so that it's not like an obvious build that you never want to change from. Adventure data, mage. All right, so empowered spellcasting should be toward the end. That's for sure, because you need to have the opportunity to get all the spells. So that's already at the end, I guess. Then I want you to get a new spell probably on your 3rd one of these. And which one you get doesn't really matter, but Ice Blast is pretty obvious to tell that it's happening. It has a neat sound effect. So let's put that 3rd. Echo Strike and Storm Intensity are very clear synergies with one another. So let's put one of those, probably Echo Strike, toward the end. It already is kind of there. And then the others, those are pretty much fine. Okay, that's good. I like that one. Cleric is going to get reworked, so let's not put too much thought into this. Yeah, especially because there's some damaging abilities, and I don't think people probably care about that stuff. So probably regenerate. I don't know, though. That's all people would ever even want. Regenerate, Shield of Unity. Yeah, okay, let's try that. All right, so regenerate first. Words of Wisdom, Shield of Unity. I think those two. I think the ones we delete or delete, put toward the end, like those two. People in the demo aren't even going to be unlocking all of these skills. They'll mostly just see 3 or 4. Because in order to get 4 skills, you need to reach level 8. And level 8 is roughly like completion of the demo. So yeah, you'll probably see 4 skills, which means these might as well not exist. But are we happy with this order? So we regenerate first, then Words of Wisdom, Shield of Unity, then Open Mind. Oh, Divine Reclamation should be there. Yeah. Let's put this one earlier. Yeah. Hey, Bucky. Is this your original pixel art? Not mine, no. But most of it is Quickie Joe's original art at this point. Well, I actually can't say fully original. Like, one of the things he just did was he revamped all of the item graphics, but these item graphics were based on the Oryx Design Labs item graphics, which I bought a license to like 12 years ago or something like that. But yeah, now all of these were made for Skeleseller just based on designs that already existed. Okay, so that one's fine. We've talked about the cleric now. What's next? Let's just go from the top to the bottom. Warrior. Let's look at the warrior. Yeah, sure thing, Bucky. Okay, so what should be the first thing that you get here? Because we have defensive stuff and we have attack stuff. And I'm not sure. This is kind of the problem with unlocking these in a deterministic order. You might want the defensive stuff at first, but you don't really have a choice of that. It almost makes me wonder if we should change this again. All right, I think we'll go with the defensive stuff. Because by the time you unlock the warrior, you probably care more about lowering their damage that they take. So yeah, shields up is a good first one. Disorient's probably a good second one. Concussive blow is pretty good. Then maybe Relentless Crush. Survival Instinct. Swords Up and Rage. Where's, yeah, okay. The accident. Yes, please. Never touch the commands, Raimi. All right, Rogue. Rogue has some pretty interesting stuff here. Now, the most powerful are Quicker Strike, Crit, and Fatal Strikes or something like that. Yeah. What's that picture? Forgot about this. Okay, so I think we put Prey on the Weak and Expose Weakness toward the end. Yeah. And then Stealth toward the end. Now everything else is very powerful. So it's all about what order do we give them all the crazy amount of power. Crit should probably be fourth. That's maybe even too powerful. Fatal Strikes, Precision. Yeah, okay, I like this. This is good. All right, next up is the Paladin. Let's go look at the Paladin. Okay, I think I want to start with Luminescence and Holy Blessing, those two. Yeah, I think those would be interesting. Luminescence, Holy Blessing. Okay. Improved Holy Link would be pretty good next. Then Holy Charge. Then Double Strike. Radiant Retaliation. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right, we only have 2 more of these left to do. I know this is not the most exciting content. Next up is what? Witch Doctor? Yeah. So what should we start with on here? I think Vampiric Bite is interesting, but it causes all your zombies to live for longer. I kind of like Zombie Leader first. Yeah, I like that. That way you get to see the cool new graphics first. Then we can go with Venomous Bite. Then Bursting Horde. Then probably Vampiric Bite. No, Legion first. Vampiric Bite. Zombie Link and Lethality. Yeah. Okay, so new amendment to the rules. Maybe can't use commands and maybe can't chat normally anymore. How's that sound, everybody? Great? Okay. Okay, actually, this order is already pretty good. Yeah, we just put Pierce Armor at the end, maybe? I missed that Raimi already. You didn't even have a chance to type it before Raimi already preempted you with yet another message. As soon as you're on the I miss part, he's already like 4 words ahead of you. Hey, we'll go. Happy Wednesday. By the way, update, there will be no stream on Friday. I'm going to be busy. So streams will resume on Monday. But yeah, if you want to watch, today's the day to watch. It is Wednesday, my dudes. I'm not going to make the screeching sound effect after that. All right, so attack faster, increases chance to split. They split to another enemy. Dodge chance. I don't think the dodge chance is as exciting. So maybe, I think this is all fine, actually. Yeah, I think this is fine. Okay. Cool. Cool. All right, we're done with that then. So let's check that in. This is just a bunch of abilities reordered. I should probably just look at them again and make sure that they're good. Oh, and you should probably save and load and make sure it doesn't break anything. Because it should be based on a... I was going to change the order. Okay, so stop randomly granting abilities. Abilities are now granted in a specific order. And everyone will get the same order. Right, so if I took a picture of, let's say, the mage, and then I were to save and reload, it's going to look different. Back to normal, boring broadcasting. My knees are perfectly static. Okay, color me confused. Is this because it's whatever order it was in the save file as? Where do we even save this stuff? Library, yeah, that. Save data, save.json. Adventurer class. Mage is 2. So we need to search for 2. There it is. Yeah, their abilities are just in this array. Well, we create skill buttons based on what? Unlocked abilities. I don't understand. I don't understand how this didn't change this. Did I change them for the mage? I did. No, wait, there's the mage. Oh, I only changed one thing. Oh, so maybe I just didn't look closely enough? No, they're the same. Why is Ice Blast fifth though? It should be third. I might not be understanding what this code is doing. We get all the abilities in the skill table that you've unlocked. And I don't know. All right, well, if I rerun this from scratch, and we get the mage with all of their skills. Yeah, now this order is different. This has Ice Blast in the 3rd position. So there's Burn in the 3rd position, and this one has Ice Blast in the 3rd position. Hmm. All right, well, it's not really a problem. If I save and load this, does it go back to the... whatever. It's not a problem. I don't care. As long as I'm not breaking anything. Oh yeah, and I should probably give Rami credit. Rami suggested this idea. Yeah, there. All right. That was it. Cool. Yeah, I'm curious how people are gonna experience the game. I wonder if I should play the game myself. All right, well, the next thing we got to fix is an issue where the armor shop is prioritized over all the other, or sorry, prioritized the least. Do we have this? Yeah, here. If I only say I'm not understanding. Yeah, Axel. C# support good in Godot. Have you had any problems with it? It's good as long as you don't want web exports, because web exports are currently impossible with C#. That is on the radar though for them, and they've just made strides with it. But I think there are some caveats with it, like you won't be able to do X, Y, and Z, and I don't know whether those things are important or not. So yeah, for now it's not possible, and in the future it will happen, but possibly with some restrictions. Other than that, I don't think there's any other real problem. Oh, well, I guess there's one other thing. GD script has hot reloading by default. So you change a script with the engine or with the game running, and it still changes the running game. That's pretty helpful sometimes. Also, I guess, I'm not sure if this is true, but if you have a very, very large game and you're using GD script, it probably launches faster than the C# code would launch. But maybe that's not true. Because I don't know if it does any sort of like pre-building step. They might be turning the script into bytecode or something. I don't know. I don't know what they've implemented it as. All right, so fix the shop thing. We have a stash here. We're gonna do stash pop, and we should get the sales count stuff. Yeah, so check this out, because this is actually kind of interesting. In fact, I think we'll probably code this in the game using a spell or a perk or something like that. The way that I've coded this is shops cannot run out of items. Oh, that looks like a bug. Why are those rendering there? Huh, that's weird. Why was it rendering there? Let's build these other shops too. Yeah, they're off for some reason. That's very bizarre. That's very, very bizarre. What caused that to happen? We call set item. I wonder if that's a problem. And I wonder if this was a problem that was happening with the new graphics or just now? Because it's happening whenever they buy an item. Well, anyway, you can see the feature I made just to test this out. Whenever an item is purchased, a new one just gets created immediately. So if we add in a million different customers and completely upgrade the shops and speed things up, you'll just see a whole bunch of purchases happen. This is so that we can test how many sales are there per shop. And it's printing it out right now. If we were to look at the data already, you'd already see a trend emerge, which is that the armor shop is just not prioritized. So if we look at the bottom three of these, yeah, armor shop got 93 purchases, potion shop got 163. Enjoy your ice cream, Ramy. Take care. May have to do with the way those items are created. Yeah, maybe it's not a problem. I'll write this down. Make sure the items floating over the display thing isn't a real problem in the game. Try saving and loading. And I'll take a picture of this. Okay, so I have some things written down about this. I think we should just have customers randomly choose a shop, then only prefer a particular shop when they're inside it, not when they're near it. Maybe worth remaking the states from the ground up. That the ideal customer behavior is some combination of walking, idling, and buying. When they're buying, just make them gun it for an item in a shop. just like GScript. Yeah, I don't think you'll encounter too many problems, but there are little things that you'll encounter. Like, for example, in C#, you'll name methods like this. And then you'll end up searching for this method online. You'll just type into Google like Godot and then this, and it won't find it because you need to change them to snake case. And then you'll find the GScript version where people posted a whole bunch of questions about it because not many people are using C#. I think we use the drop item methods. It should work fine. Okay, yeah. Yeah, and it's not a big deal when we're debugging this stuff, but I'll write this here. Okay, so how do we want customers to figure out their own behavior? Like, I want them to wander around to some extent. And then, like, let's say, I guess let's take a picture of this. Let's say we're looking at this person. Like, what should this person do if they want to buy an item? And the old answer to this was go to the closest shop, which would be the weapon shop. The problem with picking anything that's closest is that the closest weapon shop, or sorry, the closest shop being the weapon shop is true when they're in any of this area, which is a pretty large area. So now you go look at, okay, well, when's the closest going to be the potion shop? And when's the closest going to be the armor shop? And if you were to draw a rough rectangle around this, it might be like all of this is now the potion shop, and only this tiny little area up here, they're closest to the armor shop, which is why they're not getting that many people going there. So what if we look at our picture again and we say, well, what if it's not based on distance? What if this person wants to buy an item? We just randomly pick a shop and now it has nothing to do with proximity. And the problem with that is that they might bounce to the armor shop, the weapon shop, the armor shop, and then take a lot longer purchasing things. So I think there should be a chance that they go buy many things from the same shop. And maybe we just roll that chance when we roll the random shop that they're going to choose. So like strategy 1, figure out the shop and how many items you plan to purchase from there. Strategy 2 would be figure out the shop. I guess like prefer the closest shop when you're in that shop. Otherwise, go to any random shop. I think this is what we want to go with. Yeah, I think that's what we want to go with. Hey, Pulla. Make the amount or chance that they buy multiple based on the distance they had to travel. Yeah, that's another thing that can be done. Could also change how many items they buy based on how long they had been walking for. In fact, I guess at any time, they could just find the closest item to them. Oh, that's probably not a great idea. Yeah, I think I want to go with 2. So what does the full logic for this look like? It's wander around. Wander around. The longer you wander, the higher the chance of seeking out an item gets. Note, there's also a chance you just leave town. Okay, so wander around, that's that. Now, let's say you're seeking out an item. When you seek out an item, if you're in a shop and that shop has an item, buy that item. If you're not in a shop, go to a random shop, not based on distance. Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? Yeah. Okay, so what's this going to do though? This means that as long as you're in a shop and it just keeps getting stocked with more items, you'll just keep buying those items. I think there's a chance that you stop doing that even with the current logic that exists. But I don't know I don't know where we'd find that. Maybe consider buying. Yeah, consider buying. All right, how's this work? So if you're at a shop, we call handle at shop. Then we transition into buy item, excuse me. What happens in buy item? Acquire target. Seek any target. Shop to buy from would have already been set. We get all the displays. If there are no displays that have items, then we go back into customer wander. So they will just keep buying stuff over and over and over until they're... Oh, wait a sec. What? Let's restart this. Let's also take a look now at what's going on. So let's build all the different shops. And I want to watch like one customer. I don't want to watch all of them. So we're going to speed this up. And we're going to wait for someone to purchase something. Where are you? We're just going to watch this person. Orange hair person. Are you buying a weapon? And then will you buy all of the weapons? So you buy one. And then you leave? What made you leave? What? Okay, hold on. I guess it's after you purchase the item. What do they do? They must go into the wander state. I don't see where that happens. Reset desired item. What is this doing? Not what I want. What transitions you out of this state? It's got to be a transition call in here. That's in the enter. That's in... Oh, seek specific target. Huh. Reach target. Here it is. Buy the item and then go... Yeah. Okay, I see. So they would go back into customer wander. Customer wander would then have this chance to go buy an item again. So run buy check. Gets the closest shop, has a chance to want to buy from there. Okay, I see. So we need some way of bailing out of this being an infinite loop pretty much. And yeah, I guess just go back into the wander state after that. Go back into the wander state after that. So wander around, longer you wander. Okay, so how does that look? There's a buy check every... on average, 1 second. So they can wander for a second, which would potentially allow them to get far away. And then would... Oh, man. This is why this is so difficult. Because we have a perk that increases customer speed. If you fully increase this, they'll go up to 75%. If you then also get the enchanter, you can get another 100%. No, wait. Yeah, 100%. So they can go 175% faster. That means that in 1 second, they can travel outside of the shop. And now they're less likely to want to buy from there again. So we can't do things this way. That might also be contributing to why customers are terrible. We can't do this because the more you speed up customers, the farther from the shop they'll get, and then they'll have to walk back to the shop. I mean, we could figure out when they buy an item, will they buy another item from that shop? Or maybe they just don't wander very far. You could take the speed into account. Yeah. We could just not wait a second. We could say that if your speed is 175%, that you end up waiting like a third of a second. I wonder if there's a better way to do all of this. Because another thing we could potentially do here We could just always say to find a random item and walk to that to buy it. Oh, that was another reason why we didn't do that though. So that like two customers don't book it from across the other side of town to go to a shop that then that item was already sold a while ago. Then the item could be sold or moved before they get there and they have nothing to do at the shop. Could we just... Okay, there's another thing we could potentially do. Strategy 3, have customers wander within a shop most of the time. I guess if they ever want to change shops, though, then they need to walk across town. Oh, then they might hang out at that shop to buy things. It also might look a little less kind of interesting just from a town perspective. Like right now, if we have a bunch of customers, and I speed this up so they move, they'll pretty evenly disperse. Oh, no, they won't. They'll just go buy items and stuff. But you'll see them walking across the paths every once in a while. Like, I think that's pretty interesting. And I think we'd still want that to happen instead of them just hanging out in the shops. Okay. So when you seek out an item, if you're in a shop, if you're not in a shop, go to a random shop. So maybe we just don't go back into the wander state after that. Maybe we go into some special like post-purchase state where they move a few steps in the same shop. Or could move a few steps. Instead of the AI being on the entity, maybe like a central AI that'll pluck customers to do things, and by default customers just wander around. I'm not sure it'd be easier to do things that way. Also, at some point, we want customers to probably have like a little more personality. So injecting a state that says something like drink coffee would be easier to do if they had individualized AI, as opposed to some like centralized AI saying like, that customer hasn't had coffee in a while. I guess it doesn't really matter too much either way, but yeah. Yeah, I think this is really the only concern here. We just can't have them enter the wander state, or if we do, we need to lower how quickly they'll consider buying an item again. Transition into consider buying. What does consider buying do? And why did I not write a comment for this? Because I think I know why I did this. This is if they're at a shop, the handle that you're at the shop, otherwise handle not at shop. Where's this called? Shop to buy from. Yeah. The marking that an item is currently in use or something, that's another system we could potentially do. That's something that the AI doesn't necessarily need to do. Like we could have the shop keep track of which items are marked and which ones aren't marked. But I don't even think we need to do that yet. Natchinax, thanks for resubbing. Thank you. Okay, so we could go into a like post-purchase state, which says to hang out at the shop while making another decision. So right now, the way customer wander could work is it could take another half second and then just cause them to buy another item. So let's do this again. I just want to see how this is working. So I want to build all of the shops again. And then upgrade them completely. And then speed up customers. I don't have enough money for this. And then fully upgrade this. And this. And this. And then auto cast the customer spell. Now customers are going to be darting around even when I don't have it at 8x speed. Yeah, so you can see how fast this customer is moving. They're going to eventually buy an item. Now let's watch their behavior. So they bought a cane. They walk away. And yeah, they're not buying another cane now. Now this customer gets... Oh, that customer's leaving. That customer bought a boot and then walks away. And then walks back, buys another boot, walks away, and then walks all the way back. Now what? Where are they going? Gonna buy a cane? No, they didn't even buy anything. Where's the white-haired customer? There they are. So when they enter town, they pick a shop to go to that has items. And it's randomly chosen. So they're going to the weapon shop. They should buy a weapon. They bought another one. That was a very lucky chance. They idled. Then they're running around doing nothing. Yeah, so upgrading their speed is bad. I mean, not entirely bad, but yeah, mostly bad. Yeah, this is a very difficult system that we coded. We could also just keep track of the last shop they purchased from. Like I said, have to walk all the way back there. Maybe they just move slower after they buy things. Could also make them move slower after making a purchase. You wouldn't want that though if the shop doesn't have any more items. We get them to a shop, they make a purchase. I think we should just lower the time. We should just lower the time of the first purchase decision when a customer is wandering. What if we did that now? What would that look like? So they enter the state, they get to here, they run buy check. What is time until next buy check? Set to 0.5. Yeah, so on enter, we could just set this to 0.1. How far could they get in a 1/10 of a second? In fact, maybe why even have it take that long? No, I guess that's not that long, right? How far can you move that fast? Or how far can you move in that time? Oh, let's figure it out. How many pixels do you move? Speed is gonna be 40. Let's go with the fastest. Technically, rare customers move at 2x the speed. Doesn't it mean that I'm like gunning it through town? Why does it not look like that's the case? Oh, I think the customer spell removes the rare bonus. Hmm. We add a nav speed component, which has their base speed typed in here. No, this is not going to change that. Why don't I see... Let me turn this off and save this. Oh man, there's so much going on here. Let's go check the rare customer spawn thing. Spawn chance was set to 1. So you're guaranteed to see a rare customer. They should move at double the speed of a regular customer. There's a regular one. Regular one. Oh, do the checks only happen like every 30 seconds or something? Time until next spawn check. Yeah, okay, fine. So we gotta wait a little bit of time. But that's not too bad. You should see. Yeah, there we go. So there's the new customer. Are they walking at double the speed? Doesn't look like it. They look like they're walking at the same speed. They are walking at the same speed. Since when? Is rare 2. We multiply by 2 here. Then we initialize them with that. Interesting. Customer initialized with speed. Rare. Clearly they're not moving faster. And I don't even really mind that. I'm just not sure why this code is here if they're going to do that. So 45, 42, and then the rare customer should show up. Yeah, 40. And rare is true. I don't even understand how that's a thing. How could this ever print 40? Is rare multiplied by 2. I don't know how that could fail. I think the check on is rare should be... Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god. I was just about to debug it. But yeah, good call. Yeah, well, that was a bug. Now with that said, do I even care? Because now the rare customers are going to move super fast. Like 2x a 175% increase means they're moving at what, 450% their normal speed? So if I load a game here, oh, it overwrote the file. Okay, fine. Let's grant most things. Let's try this again. Build this, give full customer speed, get full customer speed, do that and that and that. And now when we see the rare customer enter, they're just going to be like darting all over town. It should be like super impossibly fast. Look at that. They're like Sonic the Hedgehog. Whoop. Yeah, that's great. I mean, I can't believe I didn't even see this before. Look at him. Look at him go. Oh, they're gone now. Hey, tellers. Yeah, I think we should just cut this out. Or if we're going to do anything, multiply by like 1.2 or something like that. Give them a little bit of a boost. But even then, I just think let's delete this. Yeah. So, okay, rare customers don't get a boost anymore. Glad we figured that out. Because I don't think rare customers need to. They already tip every time they purchase. But we did change customer wander already, right? Yeah, this is 1/10 of a second now. Oh, yeah, I was trying to figure out how fast they moved at. How fast did they move at? Wasn't I printing speed? Maybe I got rid of the print. Or did I run it through here? No. All right, well, we could just figure it out. So what is it? 45. I don't care about the rare customer. So 45 times... what? 100. So that'd be... So the bonus is 175. So it's actually times 2.75. Which is 124 pixels per second. So in 1/10 of a second, they can move 12 pixels away from where they are. Yeah, that's fine. But what are the odds they actually purchase something? They run a buy check. And if there's a closest shop, then they have a 10% increased chance. Otherwise, what is their regular chance? Oh, it's a 5% chance? Otherwise, we increase their bonus buy chance every time so that it'll eventually cap out. Oh God, this is what's so difficult about this. So the odds that a customer ever purchased 2 items from the same store were pretty slim. It was like a 1 out of 6 chance. and then maybe they got to roll it a second time, in which case it'd be a 1 out of 4 chance. But then if they left the town, if they left the shop boundaries by then the next roll would still be a 1 out of 4 chance. And then it would get to be a 1 out of 3. All right, this again goes back to the overall question of what do I want here? Do we want a customer to just go buy out an entire shop? Like, probably not. We don't want someone to just walk over here and buy like 10 canes. But we probably want it to happen where they make multiple purchases at some point. Hey there, Zippy. Took me right out of my deep thought. Oh, man. Let's turn that off. How much longer do they have this? 4 seconds of zipping around. 3, 2, 1. Now they slow down. Although even their slowed down state is not that slow. Okay, he just bought like 4 items from that shop. Or maybe 3, I'm not totally sure. So yeah, every once in a while there's a random chance that you buy a bunch of items from the same shop. Otherwise, that's fine. Yeah, so I think all we need to do is change this so that the closest shop logic is not considered as much. Or we like drastically reduce the size at which this happens. I'd love to render this radius to see what it is. A shop's 0, 0 position is at the corner of its roof pretty much. And the considered to be close to the shop is 10 tiles away. So if we were to go into the town, and where do we build the shops? All shop data. Position in town, 592, 72. How about we look at the weapon shop? Where's the weapon shop? Negative 224, negative 120. Okay, so negative 224, negative 120. Oh, we don't need to do this. What am I doing? We can just add in a sprite or something, or just click instantiate shop. Yeah, so instantiate a shop. And put this here. And then just set its position. Negative 224, negative 120. Okay, there's our shop. Now we make a circle. Can we make a circle out of this? Circle shape, yeah, perfect. And its radius is going to be 10 tiles. And a tile is 16 by 16, so 160 pixels. So that's why this thing sucks. Yeah, let's make this editable so we can turn off all the other collision shapes that we have here. This one, this one, this one, this one. No, not that one. I want to turn off the wander regions, I guess. Why is there still a blue thing rendering here? What is that? Is it coming from the shop? No. What is this? Blacksmith. This isn't even correct. Oh, it's named wrong. Oh. And the armor smith is the potion shop, and the alchemist is the weapon shop. So all 3 are named wrong. Okay, well, that's a very minor issue. They're just naming transpositions. All wander regions for shops are named wrong. I moved the shops around. I probably just never updated them. Regardless, let's turn them all off because I want to be able to see these things. Okay, so there's our collision shape there. And then we want to do the exact same thing on these other ones. So we're going to go instantiate another shop. So this is the armor shop. Now we're going to instantiate in the weapon shop. That one goes at 592.72. 592.72. All right, so you're over there. That looks good. make you editable so we can turn these things off. And then add in this thing underneath. Okay, this is definitely revealing a lot to me because this concept of closest shop wouldn't have mattered for pretty much any of the shops. It covers pretty much the entirety of the stone platform area, but then it covers a bunch of blank space up here, a bunch of blank space up here, and we can see the same thing's going to happen for the potion shop too. In fact, we could just copy this and just put it where the potion shop should be, which is negative 320, 200. So this was not really the problem. Okay, yeah, the problem wasn't whether or not they were in the shops. The problem is in getting the closest shop. That's still definitely a problem. Okay, but we should probably offset. We should offset the... What even is that? Distance to be close to shop. The distance calculations. So that it's from the center of the shop, not the corner of the roof. Search for that. Yeah, so our problem is entirely within this function, which we should just delete. Get closest shop should never be used. It's only used in two places. Consider buying. So that if you enter this state, you buy from the closest shop. But what enters consider buying? Wander, go to shop. The whole point of this was for that. No, I guess technically this one's fine. I guess it's just this one that's a problem. No, I take that back. None of this is a problem. What's going on then? What makes them go to a shop? We don't use this to figure out which shop they're going to? Handle not at shop. Pick item. They just leave the state quickly? Go to shop. Just get a random shop. The shop's exact position probably isn't even walkable, so get close enough. Threshold is varied a bit, just so that the player doesn't get used to seeing customers do something at exactly the same spots on the shop. Distance to be considered close, so it could be 0.75 of that circle, which means we'd shrink all of these circles so that we're multiplying this by 0.75. So all of them are going to be a very tiny portion of this. But they were told to walk to the corner of the shop. Yeah. And then when they reach it, what happens? They go into consider buying. And that's when consider buying gets the closest shop and then handles that, which would always be true at that point. Because we know that in order to get here, they must have been a percentage of this threshold, and the percentage is less than 99%. Okay. I don't get why the armor shop isn't getting as many customers then. Yeah, I don't know. But it does turn out this is harder than I thought. Hmm. Okay, I think we'll need to look into how the shops get picked. Let me look through this function again, just all of this stuff from the beginning. So they start in the wander state. Every so often, they check to see if they should buy something. Idling, I don't care about. That just makes them stand still for a bit. So if they're going to buy something, then they find the closest shop. And the only reason that closest shop helps is to see if they should have a bonus buy chance. We could cut this out and they still wouldn't choose one shop over another shop. This is not the code that's doing this, even though we are getting the closest shop here. So then if we do decide to buy, we enter consider buying. Consider buying, again, checks the closest shop distance, but only to see if we're within a shop already, which if these circles are to be trusted, would really only be true if you're within this stone area. For practically everything, but not entirely everything. I guess even like this little, whoops, even this little portion here would technically consider you to be in the potion shop, which would then make you only buy from that shop. So there are some little extra bits here that make you consider buying, but it's not so much. It's not like it was considering that, oh, if you're here, you always go to the potion shop, which is what I originally thought was happening. And if you're not at a shop, so if you're at the shop, what do we do? Choose shop to buy from. If you've never picked a shop before, pick a totally random one. Oh my God, what is this? Percent chance to want item from closest shop. Starts at 100%. And then we look at your last 5 items purchased. And for every one that you purchase from the same shop, we lower your chance. Maybe this isn't getting reset properly, although that wouldn't make any sense. Okay, sure. And if not that, then we're just going to return null from here. And if it's null, we go back into wandering. Okay, and if we're not at a shop, then what? We also potentially just wander. Or we desire a specific item. But those cases are very slim. There's an 85% chance that we call go to shop, which is, yeah, just going to get a random shop. This is random, right? Yeah, it is random. And then just try to reach a close enough distance to that. Wild. Yeah, I don't have an explanation for this. I don't know why the armor shop would be picked less often. It shouldn't matter if we threw it into the like distant corner of the map. And yet, well, let's just reposition it. Let's find out if that changes something then. How about that? All shop data. Let's put this in the middle of town. We'll put it, actually that might not be fair. Because these circles do dictate where someone's going to make this purchase. Unless maybe I mess up the circles. Let me take a look at that. Distance to be close to shop. 10 times tile size and pixels. And this is 16, right? Yeah, so I made them 160. And the distance we're treating as a radius. Yeah. Distance for any point is a radius of the circle. Although the only way this would have mattered is if I treat it as a diameter and found out I should be treating it as a radius, in which case we double it. I would need these to be, okay, here's what we could do. Here's what we could do. I want to not save any of this. We can put those circles back if we eventually want to. And there shouldn't be a change to that file, right? This stuff is looking fine. You know, let's check this in before I forget. This was not working anyway, so this technically is no change, but this is like fix or like remove broken code to change customer speed. rare customers were supposed to be 2 times faster, but that wasn't actually the case since we checked is rare, capital I, instead of is rare, lowercase I. Yeah. All right, so that change we're keeping no matter what. This stuff's fine, this is fine, this is also fine. It's worth keeping that. And then make rare customer spawn sooner. Okay, all that's fine. What did I want to test now? I wanted to delete all of the wander regions because I clearly don't understand what's happening here. So what if we only ever made people wander in the warehouse? And I just deleted all of this stuff. In my mind, this should not change anything. So that's what I'm trying to confirm here. Does this change something? So we're going to grant this and upgrade the shops and add 1 million customers and then speed up the game. So now they're going to go buy a whole bunch of things. They should, I guess, yeah, pretty rarely actually wander around in the warehouse. They're buying a bunch of stuff. But I suspect that they're going to rarely purchase armor items. So are we already seeing that trend emerge? Armors, 200, weapons, 350. Yeah. So this doesn't even have to do with where they're wandering. They're just, for some reason, and this is still a mystery to me, they don't want armor items. Something just, no. All right, let's let this run for just a tiny bit longer. I don't care about that. Okay, that's long enough. Now let's take a look at what the actual percentages are. So we take the last of each of these. Where's the last potion shop one? There it is. All right, delete everything else. Now we sum these, 521 plus 685 plus 375. And then we do this. This divided by this. All right, I'm just going to truncate this. And we can see, yeah, the armor shop, everyone should be at 33%. So potion shop is like dead on perfect, but that's probably a coincidence. And the weapon shop is highly preferred and the armor shop is highly neglected. It makes me wonder, did I break? Man, what if it came down to that code? The code about what are the last 5 items you got? Take 5. What if this is broken? I mean, we could just turn this off and find out, right? It should be pretty easy. All right, let's save this. Does that save with all of the customers in here? No, we don't save customers to a file. But we do save how many customers you had, I think. No, we don't even save that. All comes from perks. Yeah, so what if you just change this? What if we just say you always just return true? You always pick the shop that you wanted to pick. That will let us know if this code is broken. I'd be surprised, but at this point, I'm just cutting things out because I don't know how else we're going to find this. All right, so there's everything. We speed this up. And we grant ourselves a bunch of customers. Here comes the stampede. We let him buy a bunch of stuff. I guess you can sort of tell already, like, look at how dense the text is over here versus how dense it is on the left side. So you can already tell that the weapon shop does seem to be getting more customers than the armor shop just by looking. Okay, so let's take a look. This probably confirms this. Weapon, potion, armor. Yeah. So the numbers are wildly different, right? 256 versus 502. So this did not fix anything. So we know that's not the problem. I'm just going to keep cutting out code until we find what the problem is. Because, like I said, this is quite the puzzle, and I'd love to understand this. This is what causes them to choose a shop to buy from. So if I just change this to always be the potion shop. Oh, wait, what's that? No, that's handle at shop. It's when handle not at shop is what I care about. Or maybe that's not. True. Maybe that is the problem. This will never cause you to buy an item. It's not even possible. It can only ever wander, it can seek a specific one, or it can go to a shop. But it can never cause you to buy an item. The only way to buy an item is here. Which is that you're at a shop. Does the distance play any role in this? It probably does, and I'm just not sure how it would. Like here, we clearly say, okay, pick the shop that you are closest to if you are within 10 tiles of a shop, which I drew out those circles, and the circles work out roughly to be like these stone platforms. There's a little bit of bleed outside of it, but it wouldn't make sense that that's causing the problem. And I guess we could shrink this to like 5 tiles and see if that potentially changes anything. Yeah, let's run that. God, just what a perplexing problem this is. I'm very intrigued to know what's going to fix this. And I don't even know what the problem is yet, so. All right, this definitely did not fix things. I can see dense text over here again. Although this might have revealed something. It looks like it got even worse at the armor shop. What if our randomness isn't actually random? Oh, wait, did that fix things? Hold on a second. What are we looking at here? Armor, weapon, potion. Okay, potion and armor have now kind of equalized, but weapon is still higher than normal. Let's take a look. If I add a new collision shape, it looks like a circle that is now 5 times 16. And I put this at the weapon shop, which is this 592.72. So at this point, we've got a very tiny amount above this circle, which customers can't even go there. It wouldn't make sense based on distance alone that this is happening. Let's get the new stats, and then I'll stop running this. Let's just stop it now. Okay, so this times 100 divided by 373 plus 555 plus 439. Okay, so we're going to run that. These are the percentages that we have now, which I'll truncate these again. So yeah, that's what we have. Armor shop, 27%. Potion shop, still pretty much the same. So it looks like this was unaffected. These numbers were pretty much what we saw before, right? I don't know if I have that buffer open still. No, I don't think I do. But either, oh, no, here it is. Okay, yeah. So here's what we had originally. Potion shop was like that, yeah. So we see that the potion shop is pretty much unchanged. Weapon shop went up a bit. Armor shop went... Wait, armor shop went... Oh, sorry, weapon went down. Armor went up, yeah. I was like, they can't both go up. The weapon shop is the only one with a positive X, and the armor shop also has negative Y. That shouldn't play a role in this, but we could try moving the shops. I mean, I guess it's got to be shop position, right? Yeah, if we just swap the shop data, we should see this stuff swap too, right? So let's just bump this down, and then bump this down, and then bump this one up. So we have now transposed the positions of all of the shops. So let's run that. And now we should see if position mattered at all, which it should. Somehow position matters here. Yeah, so there's the potion shop. Then we're going to load from a save file. Hopefully this doesn't break everything. Yeah, so we've now weapons are at the upper left, armor is at the bottom left, potions are at the right side. Let's add a bunch of these. Let's add a bunch of speed. And let's see what happens now. So here's what I expect to have happen. That weapons are now not going to be purchased very often. And potions will be purchased very often. But if that's not somehow the case, then it means that the positions don't matter whatsoever. But we never do anything based on the type of item. All right, let's see what we've got so far. So again, we should see weapons at the least purchased. Yeah, this might just be total randomness that these aren't like super far off. Potions are purchased the most, and they were always purchased the most. But these other numbers used to be pretty far apart from one another. Oh, actually, they were less so here. Hey, Sova. No, it's, well, I mean, not coded by me from scratch. It's just the Godot engine. Yeah, so here are the numbers that we have. So let's do the math again. This is 218 plus 309 plus 205. Yeah, so there are percentages that we have. So this is when we transpose the shops. So this is just normal game, no changes, or no real changes at least. And this is shrink the distance needed to be close to a shop from 10 tiles to 5. And then this is 5 tile distance with shops transposed. So they all cycled left. They cycled counterclockwise by 1 position. Potion first, and then weapon, and then armor. Yeah. So I don't know why these numbers got closer to each other. It could just be random chance. The shop distance is weighing the next shop choice. Yeah, but I just still don't know how that's happening. What if we set it to 1 tile? Yeah, what happens? It might make it so that no one can buy any items now because 1 tile might be too small. They'd have to be like in the roof. Although let's see. Do these customers ever go and buy a potion? They do. Okay, so we know that they can at least make a purchase. So let's load the game and let's add 1,000,000 customers and let's speed it up. So now every time they want to buy, they've got to go to the roof and then go down to where the item is. Uses position. Should it be global position? Uh, possibly. But I think in this case, the position would be the same as the global position. But yeah, I think global position is correct there. And it'd be funny if that's all it took to fix this. All right, let's take a look at this. Oh, this is with the transposed shops as well. Oh, would you look at that? They're all pretty much even now. I don't know what conclusion to even draw from that. But yeah, they're all pretty much spot on, right? Hovering pretty close to 395, hovering pretty close to 395, and hovering close to 395, yeah. It's +2, +7, and -11. That's not too crazy for having 400 be the numbers for all of those. Shop functions. I mean, we can change this to global position. I don't think this will cause anything to change. We need to then set this back up to like 10. I should probably stop transposing the shops too, huh? Just makes it a little bit harder to tell what's going on. Plus, it didn't really have an effect. Although it did kind of have an effect. Shop data. There it is. Yes, just revert this. So load from a save file. Everything should be in the same spot it normally is. Yep. Then we add some customers and speed it up. We add a different node, so position shouldn't be comparable. But both nodes are positioned at the same spot. Customers should be at 0, 0. Yeah, and shop should be at 0, 0. Yeah, so I don't think it would have an impact. Plus, I think that if it were broken, it would have just like we would have never seen sales from the armor shop, for example. But anyway, let's take a look. What are our numbers working out to be right now? Yeah, armor shop is still like 1/3 of the required amount. I mean, I don't even need to type out the numbers. We can see the weapon shop is like triple what the armor shop is at. To be fair, this is the correct line of code. We could eventually move the customer's node or something, but that just didn't happen to matter now. All right, well, we know it's distance based because the only thing that gets this to change is if we set these things to like a one tile distance. Let me close everything else we have here. Probably shouldn't have closed that buffer. But it's too late now. So 1 tile distance. All shops had roughly even sale amounts. Or I should say equal sale amounts. Hey, Matt. Wonder because the top shop has a higher chance for customers to exit the bottom door, resulting in a lower chance of rebuys from the same shop. That could be it. And actually, this is probably the next thing we should test here is actually getting the correct position to where these things are. So shop functions. So instead of the entity's position is fine, but then instead of the shop's global position, we want to get the center of where the shop is. So if we instantiate a shop up here, I'm going to do this the laziest possible way, but it should still work. So we pick these numbers, 592.72. You think I would just memorize those by now? 592.72. All right, so here's what we do. We now figure out what is the distance to this sign. So all we need to do is figure out where is the sign. Done. Now we get the distance. So 592.72 to, where'd that go? 618.137. Compute distance between 592.72 and that. It is 70 pixels. No, that's not what I wanted. I didn't want to do that at all. I don't know why I just did that. We just need the differences of these. So this one is what? 26. So we need to go plus 26 and then down what? 65? Let me just make sure I'm not doing this wrong. Yeah, okay. 618 minus 592. Okay, good. So plus 60 or plus 26, 65. 26, 65. Plus new vector to 26, 65. All right, so now that's the distance to the center of the shop. So none of them should have any advantage there. And then if we change the customer thing, so now the center, the circle is going to emanate from the sign. So let's go add a collision shape 2D under here with a circle with a radius of that. And now we're going to shrink this radius until it's only the stone area. There. 90 pixels. So we're going to set this to 90. And now I expect everything to be perfectly even. So let's try it out. All right, so we load the game. Matt, what we're doing right now is trying to figure out why is the armor shop totally neglected and the weapon shop preferred. And I think this is going to fix the problem, but then I mean, I guess we could just apply what I just did here, right? All we did is change a couple numbers. We could just check in those changed numbers. You come with a solution for the idle workers? No, not yet. We did change how skills are unlocked, though. So now the way skills are unlocked, oh, I already have them all unlocked. Every 2 levels, you get a skill point and you unlock a new skill. So you don't have to pay for skills anymore. All right, let's take a look. At a glance, it looks like one of these shops is not preferred. Yeah, the armor shop is still not preferred, but that could be coincidence. So let's just let it run for longer. Oh, no, Wisdom Sludge is still a thing. I'm just at max level, which is why it doesn't show anywhere. So I can't show this off right now, I guess. But yeah, imagine you level up the same way, you get skill points the same way, but instead of clicking a button to unlock skills, you now just get them when you get a skill point. Yeah, this should help a little bit with the idle workers. All right, has this evened out? No, it hasn't. Also, did one of those say 65? What was that? Weapon, where's armor? The weapon shop is getting like almost no customers now. Something weird is going on. I don't know what I'm doing, is the short story. Look, they're getting right up. Oh my God, is that what's going on? Hold on, you can see this. Yeah, they're getting right up to the edge of where the shop is and they're just turning around. But why? Why would that happen? And why is that not happening over here? There's some like magnet here. We have a bunch of robot customers and they're just getting repelled when they hit this point. Oh no, there's no luck anymore too. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that too, Matt. They're deterministic order. So everyone's mage will always have this skill unlock order. Everyone's rogue will always have this skill unlock order. And I curated the unlock order to make sense for like having some strategy and everything. Yeah, I'm blown away by this. So we have somewhere that we check for a threshold of this, and this is a range in the 75% to 99%. And this is when you say go to shop. So the whole point of this is to put you inside the shop so that when you reach the target and you go to consider buying, you were at the shop. Yeah, like this has to be true. So how do we know if it is true? I guess we need to set a... It's only happening for the weapon shop. Oh, okay, how else do you enter consider buying? Let's take a look at that. Only from go to shop and from wander. And wander only has a chance here. So we could get rid of it completely from here? No, we can't. Because then they'd never go to a... They'd never be near a shop to be able to go to it. So I'm concerned with this. What distance they actually end up at. It has to be lower than this distance, though. And then in consider buying... I can't imagine this assumption I'm making is wrong. It's just math. There has to be some other assumption that's wrong here. Do we delete this from... Yeah, we remove target location. Okay, let's try something. This is not really going to help, but maybe it will. So if the closest shop is not null and its item category is the weapon category, weapon shop distance, like that. And the distance they have to be lower than it. I guess I'll just print that out too. Just that way. Threshold equals, put a $sign here and change this stuff so it's easier to read and type. There. I don't think this is going to help, but let's find out. Maybe this reveals something. They should always, well, sorry, they won't always print out that they're at a lower number, I guess, because they might coincidentally be close to the weapon shop when they're on the right side of the warehouse or something. But let's see what it prints out. Yeah, there's... Hold on a second. So they're in Wander. They happen to be close enough to the warehouse, but this is not true. So they handle not at shop, which will make them go to a shop most of the time. which just picks a random shop and says go there. I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, well, here's where they've gotten to the shop. So how about this? Let's put a pool. There you go, Deke. Thanks for the resub. Back from the longest trip of my life. Looking forward to the state of the game. Longest trip, as in it was unpleasant? Was it a work trip? Or just... Yeah, what happened? Is going to weapon shop. So we're going to set this here in the shop. I guess right here. Seattle to Tokyo, stayed there, surrounding area for a week. Joined a board gaming cruise. Then went north, traveled back to Seattle. Took me a week to surface after that, catching up on work. Wait, so 1 week for the first part. Then the cruise, I'm guessing, was about a week. And then you said a week to surface? Man. Well, it sounds like it was fun. Was it fun? One going north and one to Seattle. Gotcha. Yeah, man. I can't remember what the longest time I've been away from home somewhat recently would be. I mentioned we did the Camino de Santiago. What was that now? A year and a half ago? A year ago? I don't even remember when. But that was what, two weeks and maybe a little bit of change? Maybe like 15 or 16 days. So yeah, I think that was the longest I was recently away from home. A lot of fun. Workaholic withdrawal symptoms were bad last week. I did go to Brazil, but that wasn't for a super long time. I think that was just a week. All right, so what was I going to do here? Oh yeah, when you reach this, I want to figure out what the distance to the closest shop is. Where do we even get that? Oh, not from here. I guess we get it from consider buying. Just copy paste all of this stuff. I guess we could have just pasted everything in here and not even checked what we searched for. Yeah. Okay, so this is when they were told to go to the weapon shop. Yeah. And this distance has to be less than the threshold at this point. Hey, Aegis. How you doing? And hey, Caleb. Pretty hurt when you faked power outages to avoid having me watch your streams? Yeah, no, I was pretty hurt too. I was actually pretty frustrated. And I mentioned this on Discord, but my power flickered for like 2 seconds each time. And it happened to be only when I was streaming. I did not notice it go out after that. And I did not want to go back to streaming because I didn't know it wouldn't go out. Okay, so let's see what happens here. It should always print out a threshold that's less than 90. And it's not. Well, well, well. There's our problem. But how? How would this not be a problem with every shop? Oh my God, this is so baffling. Okay. Oh my God, you know what's probably happening? In fact, hang on. Do we ever see a number lower than 90? We should. Or else how is it buying from the weapon shop at all? Hold on, what's going on here? What's going on? Distance. I just want the distances. Are any of these numbers lower than 90? They're not. I don't get it. I don't get what's happening right now. Unless on-reach target is called before They moved for the last time? Unreached. No. Not here, at least. Oh, God. Is navigation finished? No, this returns right after that. That can't be a problem. No. Okay, so that's not the issue. I don't know what's going on. So what we do is we pick a shop to go to, and then we figure out they've got to be less than the distance that we had here. We could actually figure out what their threshold is supposed to be. When we reach the target, we don't actually remove the target location component. So we could find out what their threshold was supposed to be. Maybe somehow this is a, I don't know how that would be possible. This is a larger number. Hey, Flug. Maybe the high speed factor skips the calculation part visually and all. Does it work at normal speed? That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question. Let's try that out. Received a DM from a friend. I'm almost certain they meant to DM someone else. Solid 50% makes sense. And they mentioned something I have no recollection of. All right, we'll just add like 1 million customers. I'll speed on for a little bit, but then I'll slow them down once I get to like there. How are you calculating printed distance? Because in go to shop, target position is the shop's origin, not reason to. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's got to be the issue. Yeah, because I don't think the engine timescale would have anything to do with this. Let me get it so that they get closer again. They're probably all going to still bounce back. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably what's happening. That makes sense. And that's why I was testing nothing this whole time. Okay, so what? Get closest shop was always based on the global position plus this offset. But then we calculated a distance in target location, which is a shop position. Okay, so we need to add that same offset there. Yeah, my bad. That was stupid. I don't know where that even went. It's where that distance threshold was. Distance threshold. Gonna find, there it is. Cool. Maybe at this point, we should just have shop return the point that we're trying to get to. But let's try this. Unfortunately, I don't remember which hypothesis I was even testing at this point. So I'm not sure what we're going to realize from this, but probably something. Oh yeah, we were testing to see every time they make it here, will they actually make a purchase? They are still turning around at this. Oh, no. They are. Wait, some turned around when they got there. They shouldn't have been told to wander there. Oh, maybe they were seeking a specific item. Even that shouldn't be the case. And that should just be random chance that works its way out everywhere. Okay. All right, well, it looks like weapons are chosen pretty rarely. Although they just bought like 15 of them when I said that. Let's take a look. What are the numbers saying? All right. Armor shop, weapon shop. Where's the last potion shop? So no, the weapon shop is a statistical anomaly at this point. The other two are pretty much even. Oh, what does this mean? Why is it happening? I still don't have an explanation for this. And yet when we lowered the radius to have to be from the weapon shop down to 1, this was all the same. Maybe, I think, was it Codex who said this? Let me scroll up. Yeah, I wonder if it has to do with this. My favorite number. Thanks for resub and reformulate. Yeah, it might have to do with this. The positioning of the shops is such that this circle doesn't cover one of the paths into the shop. I'm not sure if that matters. I didn't even draw the other circles. Although it shouldn't matter for any of them, right? Yeah, it shouldn't matter for any of them. Okay, where else do we do shop dot position out of curiosity? Nowhere. But shouldn't, oh, shop dot global position? That should have been global position anyway. Yeah, we only do that in one spot though. All right, so this should be global position. That shouldn't make a difference. The shop's position should be the exact same as the shop's global position. But let's run this anyway, because I'm out of ideas. Oh, I gotta load the game. They still occasionally got to the boundary and then like bounced back. Why did that happen? That should be something in consider buying. Is consider buying a guarantee for the no purchase? It looks like it. How does this work? They have to have a shop to buy from. They acquire a target. They don't have a specific display. They seek any target. The seek any target is get the shop to buy from any occupied displays. If there are none, which is impossible, so they have to go to this. They call go to item display. Go to item display calls reach target, which presumably calls buy item. Yeah, it does. Yeah, so then if they call to go to shop, they have to make it there. So why would any turn around? If we see anyone hit like roughly this point and then turn around, that means that there's a problem. And it happened at the beginning, but I don't see it happening now. Granted, it would be pretty hard to see at this speed, so we could just slow it down a bit. The only thing I can think is there was some special logic when they've never purchased an item before to go to a random shop. And maybe that means that that would happen on every shop. Check the first condition on choose shop to buy from. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. So that would happen at every shop probably. Anyway, what are the numbers? What are the numbers showing? I already see some 400s there, so I already know this is broken. Armor shop is at 400. Weapon shop is at 700. What's the potion shop at? 600. Yeah, they're messed up. Okay, well, what do we know? Let's take a look at the facts so far. When we set the distance threshold to 1 tile, everything worked. At 5 tiles, it doesn't work. So there's some point at which, somewhere between 1 and 5, where this will work. I have it set to, well, I guess it's technically not 5 right now. It's like 5.5. So let's set it to 3. So it's going to be 3 times the tile size in pixels. Does this just fix stuff? Also, we should probably get rid of that whole threshold thing that we have printing out. Where is that? Probably easier to search for print. Nah, kind of. Maybe if I do this now and search it, there it is. Yeah. So I want to delete this from here. I'll rerun it just so it's not noisy to log everything. I probably should have also made it print out the percentages so I don't need to calculate them. I should clean that up. If this is going to take me another 4 hours to figure out. So now they have to be within 3 tiles of the center of the shop. And then they'll purchase something. And the theory here is that as we shrink this number closer to 16 from 48, we will eventually see all of these numbers even out. Based on how few sales I'm seeing, I don't think it's actually worked yet, but who knows? Weapon and potion are pretty close to one another. Just armor is smaller for some reason. Okay, now weapon looks like it's breaking away, but I can't tell because it's just scrolling too fast. 206 compared to 167 and 154. No, so this did not help. But now we're going to shrink it again. We only have one other whole number in between 1 and 3, and it's 2. So let's set it to 2. The problem is we already pretty much have confirmation that this is going to fix things, but I just can't imagine why. And I don't think I'm actually making any progress anymore. But that's sometimes how these things work, is you have an epiphany as you're struggling. However, I think the more sane approach is to just take a break at some point. It's probably almost lunchtime anyway. All right, what are we looking at? Did this even them out? It looks like it did. Although one of these is at 50. Let me freeze this for a second. Armor, potion weapon, yeah. Yeah, they're all pretty close to each other now. Why would that have worked? What would this mean? Is there any obvious visual difference if we set this to 48? So this circle versus, in fact, we could just draw both circles at once, I guess. Versus the inner circle being make unique 32. So what is the difference between this outer circle here? I mean, nothing, right? You could say like, oh, this overlaps with the shop. But the thing is, this circle pattern is going to exist over here in this shop and in this shop. There's nothing specific to this area of the world. And yet we're seeing that these are all pretty much even now. No, actually they're not. This is what, 20% higher than this number? Exactly. And this is about halfway in between. I mean, there's some amount of statistical variance that would be totally fine and not at all shocking. You know, if you flip 4 coins and 3 of them show up heads, that doesn't mean anything. But if you flip 400,000 coins and you get 1 head, that's probably a mistake. All right, let's just capture them now. And if it looks like anything's off, then we say that something's off. So what are these percentages? 367, 406, 421. They're pretty close. Yeah, they're pretty close. In fact, I truncated this. If I just rounded this. In fact, can't I call round on this? Yeah. Yeah, so 31, 34, 35. They're pretty close. Hey, Mises. Hey, ABC. What if we... Oh, man, I don't know what I'm doing. All right, I'm going to try some things, and then I'm probably just going to go to lunch. So let's try this. Let's try getting rid of the distance threshold from here altogether. And just say you have to be at the center point of the shop, which has to be walkable, that means. It doesn't actually have to be walkable. They just need to get as close as possible. So we just delete this, and we say the distance threshold doesn't exist. There. Does that change anything? It's just, I looked through the logic of this. I've changed some of these numbers. I don't think I'm doing a very good job at this, but I'm still not sure what's going to get us closer. I like these puzzles in general, though. It's a puzzle that essentially past me created. So let's let them just run around like ants. It's not a bug, it's a puzzle. That's right. Puzzle that's taking me too long to solve. Hey Tim, how you doing? Did this even everything out? No. In fact, it very much did not even everything out. Armor shop has 130 purchases. Weapon shop has basically double that. Maybe we're wrongly assuming it's related to distance to be close to shop. Well, but the thing is, if we set this to 1, then it does fix everything. Like, if that's the only change I make, the last things we just saw here were drastically off, right? This was the last trial I just did, and I don't even know where potion shop is and all of this. There it is. So yeah, here's what we saw last time. This is with 5 tile distance, 0 threshold. And then with a 1 tile distance, I should have had this running as I was typing. Maybe that time was the fluke. Maybe. So now I expect everything to be pretty much even. We can watch this play out here. Let's let them all get to about 200. That should probably remove a lot of just regular variance. Is this running at max speed? Why is this taking so long? It is running at max speed. Can I restate the problem? I will in just a sec, yeah. Okay, maybe Kevin's right. Maybe I came to the wrong conclusion. Maybe it has nothing to do with distance. Oh, like I said, I'll let him get to 600 and then I'll decide. Or sorry, 200, 600 total. All right, they're just about getting there. Yeah, there we go. All right, so now let's take a copy all and see what the exact numbers are. So delete that, delete all of those. Yeah, they're pretty close to each other, right? Times 100 divided by 196, 200, 211. Whoops. And then round those. Yeah, they're pretty close to each other. This one's off by 1%. This one's off by 2%. So yeah, I do think this is what's fixing it. The problem is this. So without making any changes to the game, the armor shop is chosen very infrequently and the weapon shop is chosen very frequently. And I wrote the exact numbers that we got in a comment. Let me see if I can find this. Yeah, okay. So here are what the stats are. No changes to the game. And I let this run for a very long time. So you can see the weapon shop is being chosen a quarter of the time. And the weapon shop is being chosen 41% of the time, 2/5 of the time. These should all be about 33%. It's okay if there's a tiny bit of variance, but like the difference between 25% and 41% means that your armor items are just sitting around doing nothing. And I just cannot figure out why this is happening. I've gone through the logic of how customers pick shops. There are some distance checks, but I made them all wander around over here basically. Maybe it has to do with... Hang on a second. What if we got rid of... No, if we got rid of this, it would choose the potion shop a lot. Pick any item that has something to buy. Has items with item, sample, 1 first or default, yeah. Man, hey Scoreline. It's going well. I'm happy enough. I'm just not being very productive right now. I'm trying to solve a problem that's been very challenging to hunt down. Shop to buy from is not null. Wait, what's that? Hold on a second. If they haven't chosen their first shop, then set the shop to buy from to a random one. And then say that they have chosen it. This is in consider buying. Okay, hold on. So then we're going to go into buy item. Okay, never mind. That should all be fine. Maybe this isn't closing the loop on this for some reason. Maybe because another customer is buying the item out from under them. Hold on, that could be what's happening. But would that make sense? And why would that matter? Because of the distance from the potion shop to the armor shop. Okay, hold on. Here's my theory. Theory is we pick a random shop and try to buy an item from there. But the distance from the potion shop is what's going to determine if they actually get that item. Hold on. How do I validate that? We pass in, hold on, we pass in the closest shop. Why do we do that? It's at shop. This is assuming that you're within that very, very tiny distance, which is considered buying. And you could never be, this basically won't happen. Yeah, how often does this get hit? Let's put a breakpoint there. Uh-oh. Okay, what? Hold on. Handle at shop. No, this is handle at shop. That one's fine. It's when you're not at the shop. Yeah, where's the not at shop stuff? This just tells you to go to a shop. Okay, that shouldn't be a problem. No, never mind. I think I'm wrong about this. Yeah, I'm not totally sure. But well, let's put a breakpoint here and let's figure out how far away that shop is from this character. So entity.global position dot distance to shop dot global position plus new vector 2 2563, something like that. An object reference is required for the non-static field global position. Oh, it's lowercase shop. Or no, it's not even that. It's closest shop. 55. Yeah, that's fine. When I'm not the one explaining about my code, yeah. Yeah, this should always be less than, actually, it should always be less than whatever this number is. Wait a second. First of all, it's 2665. I just typed some random numbers in there. But that shouldn't drastically change this number. Yeah, no, it's exactly 55. Hey, Bracharius. All right, hold on. Because, yeah, I don't think this adds up yet. We'll choose shop. This is going to be the closest one. But the only way we ever get to this function is through one place. Yes, this place. Handle at shop. Handle at shop is only ever called from this place. And that is that there is a closest shop and that the distance is less than this, which is 16. So why am I not getting that same number when I compute this? I'm just not doing whatever this thing's doing. But what is this doing? Entity's global position, distance to the shop's global position, plus 2665, which I typed. Can they move in between those two things? I guess what we could do we have access to ECS here? Doesn't exist, so I can't do something like get component, or I guess debug print info entity. I need that. How do I get that? I could path all the way to it directly, I think, if I do this. Or maybe not. I'm not sure if this is even a thing. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. That worked. Do they have a target component? A sprite, navigation agent, town, entity type, nav speed? No, they don't. So they're not moving right now, which I wouldn't expect them to be. But how are these distances not the same? How could you choose it? Oh, we could just go back to here, right? Yeah, we could figure out what closest shop distance is. Closest shop distance. 0. Hold on a second. Shop functions dot get closest shop town entity. What? So the first of those should be equal to the closest shop, right? Oh, we got to do dot shop, I guess. Yeah, that's true. And the closest shop should be, well, actually, I don't know what it should be. It's the armor shop. All right, sure. So I still haven't answered the question of why is the distance here different? Can I run that same thing that we had earlier? 55. Okay, if we'd stop adding a vector in here, what does it show? Infinity? Okay, that's what I was afraid of. Vectors in the expression debugger thing are just like wild sometimes. And I don't think this is possible for this to be infinity, because we could see what these numbers are. Yeah, they this should never be infinity. I think this is just lying to me, and I have no way of figuring out what this is supposed to be. Hey, Pretzel. Yeah, no electricity, no stream. Goodbye. Oh, that's even worse. So this whole rabbit hole I just went down is based on this thing lying to me. I've never figured out why that happens, by the way. I probably should figure out why that happens. So we have to trust then that the closest distance is actually 0. Well, we know that it is because this thing printed 0. Which means that when we get to this function, we know we're buying for something that's actually close enough. If it's not null, it can never be null now, right? But even if it were null, oh, wait, what happens? Hold on a second. What happens if do we have a process in here? I'm a little confused about something. There's a condition missing, isn't there? No, there isn't. It's this one that we go to. We go to buy item or customer water. Okay, never mind. Does vector 1 minus vector 2 not lie? Should at least help. It does lie? Yeah, it does lie. It's saying there's a 0 y coordinate, and it's not. I've looked into this before, and like even if I do this, I think no, that's correct. It just can't subtract vectors in the debugger for some reason. I've never figured that out. So yeah, it's supposed to be 65 and it's printing out 0. Missed a bit, still calculating distance. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't have any explanation for why this stuff is happening this way. I think what we'd have to do at this point is just like binary search through our code by deleting chunks of it and just seeing when does the problem get solved. So we found out that one way for this to get solved is for us to set the distance threshold to just 16 pixels. And that somehow works. But even setting it to 48 pixels makes it not work. And we can figure out where we're using this. There are only like 3 locations in the code base. Yeah, there are exactly 3 locations in the code base. So we just search for all of them. One of them is here. The other is here. This one's totally pointless. It doesn't matter at all. Just changing the bonus by chance. Although, now that I think about it, could that matter? What if we cut this out and then set the distance up to 5 again? Because what I'm thinking is, what if that's somehow broken and all we're doing is we're preferring shops by an extra 10%, which is enough to cause this to happen? Man, that'd be wild. Although I wouldn't put anything past what's going on at this point. Yeah, I think this is going to break in. I just ignore it. How would that make sense, though? Oh, it like right at the brink of figuring this out, but it's based on me having just discovered something that I don't know that I've discovered yet. These are not the same. The potion shop is now not being preferred, but the weapon shop is. Where's the armor shop in all of this? They're not super far apart. Hey, tells. What's the frequency of buys at closest versus random shop? And what's the frequency of rebuys per shop? I think it's the rebuying logic that's maybe causing this, but I don't have the stats on that. If closer to shop, 10% more likely to buy from that shop. Only kind of, sort of. So if they're close to a shop, then they have a 10% chance to enter the consider buying state, which should always buy from that shop. But it isn't a guarantee because their chance to buy could go up, but then they don't actually roll the chance and then they walk away from the shop. So it can increase their chance to buy, but it's not necessarily from the same shop. Let's look at the stats now and figure out what we're seeing from here. So there's potion, weapon, armor. Cool. Yeah, these are obviously a distance apart from one another. So let's do this. We can also just type the round right there. So this is 360 plus 313 plus 299. All right, so here are the percentages. They're closer, but they're not spot on. And I don't know if we just leave this running for longer, if they'll eventually get there. Like, are they closing the gap? Was this just random variance? Let's add another bunch of customers. All right, let's try it now. AQ style. Yeah, they're not super far apart. The potion shop is definitely lower, though. I don't want to have to keep typing this thing out, by the way. This times 100 divided by 561, 553, 506. They're not too far. I still don't get why they can walk in the warehouse. Yeah, we should probably cut that out. Okay, well, if this did have an effect, then what would this even necessarily mean? It'd be based on... Oh... Could be based on how they want to leave a shop so that they figure out whether or not they stay in this circle. So the ways out of the weapon shop are left and down. The way out of the potion shop is right and down, and the way out of the armor shop is right and down. I don't think that should matter because the potion and weapon shop look practically the same if all you ever look at is like this bit. This is practically the same. I know not exactly the same as this. This one has the right output like a little bit higher up. But if all you looked at was this, then they'd be practically identical. There's a left output here too, but that's only if they leave the town, which if they're leaving the town, they won't buy anything. So yeah, if I just look at this, I don't think that's the problem. Do you ever reset the incrementing percentage? Yeah, we do. Their bonus buy chance is set to 0 at the beginning of the state. Wait, these pretty much did even out. Yeah, they are practically identical now. Is there an easier way to do this? Plus 1044 1028. Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty close. I guess they're still not like dead on. Yeah, this isn't the like navigation agent if that's what you're talking about. This is all code that we wrote for Skeleseller. There should be nothing here that we don't have control over. So like, this is very likely my fault and I just can't figure out what's wrong. What's the symptom that caused you to look into this? So when regular players are playing the game, they frequently run into a state like this, where they just have a bunch of armor items and like customers just aren't buying them for some reason. Where is the stat on that? Yeah, here it is. So with no changes whatsoever to the game, here are the selling stats that we see. Your armor shop is just lower than it should be for some reason, and the weapon shop is higher. And I don't know why. And if you, by the way, I never showed this on stream, but if you only have 2 shops, then the numbers are these. The potion shop is chosen twice as much as the armor shop. Maybe it'd be easier to debug if we only showed 2 shops. Isn't that also due to travel time of restocking, or is that assuming fully stocked? Assuming fully stocked. We have it set so that now anytime an item is purchased, it just gets replaced immediately. So there's no way for any shop to be out of items. Like even when lots of purchases are happening, it's what, like 1 frame or 1 item is missing, or even 5 items, but there's always going to be an item there. Although even if let's say all 10 items were purchased on the exact same frame, that chance should be the same for all of the shops, so it should just even out. So something is different between these shops. And it's got something to do with distance. But I haven't fully figured that out yet. This has been running the same way the whole time, right? Yeah, and like the weapon shop is preferred slightly. So discoveries, when setting this customer.that to 16, the problem just sort of goes away. Getting rid of this code also kind of made the problem go away. Bonus by chance stuff in this also sort of made the problem go away. The weapon shop was still slightly preferred. Do customers have unlimited money? Yeah, they do. Money's on distance to exit the shop, longer time to exit, higher chance to purchase again. But the only thing that doesn't make sense about that is we showed like the circle that they're trying to go within here is this one. And like I said, every shop should have the same chance of staying within this circle, because this circle doesn't even make them leave the shop. Like they all have the same size stone platform in the background. Actually, I didn't confirm that. Let me confirm that. I guess we can just... How do we easily figure this out? Oh, here's what we can do. We can put this circle back and make it a rectangle. And then just increase the size manually to be this. There. And now if we just move this rectangle, we should see that it perfectly matches the other sizes. Yep. And yep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So all the sizes are the same. So it doesn't make sense then why there's something special about this circle for any of the shops. Moving left and right is still different than moving to the bottom. Well, they all have exits on the bottom, and they all have an exit on either the left or the right. Like here it's bottom and left. Here it's bottom and right, and here it's bottom and right. And the bottom one is pretty much, yeah, it's like practically the exact same spot on all of them. So yeah, maybe the difference between moving to the right there versus moving slightly higher up. I mean, I guess we could test that by trying to make the entrance to this be like at the top of this, maybe. Armor shop is only one of the customers moving down. All 3 have an exit downward. Oh, wait. Oh, but I got rid of... Wait, hold on. No, they are walking out of the bottom of that still. I guess they never walk out of the bottom of the potion shop, and they never walk out of the bottom of the weapon shop. That could explain it. Yeah, that could explain it. How do we quickly test that, I wonder? Being directly online with the nav meshes of the display stands. I mean, it could have to do with how customers are leaving the shop, I guess. Let me take a look. Where else do we have? Where else do we have this calculation being used? Here, and I deleted this one. Okay, so it's literally in one spot right now. It's just in consider buying. Consider buying is entered from customer wander. Oh man. Why would that other code though have such an impact on this? Run buy check. So if it excuse me. Oh, wait a sec. Wait. If they just bought an item, they're not necessarily even in this circle anymore. Although that probably doesn't matter. So after that pass through the circle. Yeah, I think Codex is right about this. Yeah. Okay, so then the question would be, why when we set this to, when we set it to here, there's 118 pixels. Move it to just capture the chest in the shop. It's got to capture where the customers will walk in the shop without, I guess, biasing it in one way. I'm going to set this to 118, and I just want to see what happens. 118. So it's exactly the size of that other circle. And then I also want to fix customer wander. I want to set everything else to be pretty much the same. That's fine. And then I want that distance threshold thing to be fine again too. Where's that here? Yeah, so put that back to how it was. And I want to see what this results in. And then I should probably just go eat lunch. Very, very subtle interaction here. So the way we're doing this, that my theory is this. If we cover a large enough circle around this, but not so large that we're covering other paths, then I'm hoping that this does not favor any of these shops. So like if I put this here, like, yeah, sure, we're covering a little bit of this path and a little bit of this, but that should be very, very minor such that we could pretty much just ignore it. But now there's pretty much nowhere they can go in the shop that's not considered part of this circle. So I'm hoping these numbers just naturally even out, and we can see that they are not. So this didn't work. Yeah, the armor shop is still only getting 200 customers, and the weapon shop got 350. So we don't need to run the numbers to figure out that those are drastically different numbers. But yeah, I don't have an explanation for why. Customers are just more easily able to exist, to exit the armor shop overall. Oh. Yeah. It's okay. Well, the region will matter, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. And I think you're right. And I think that's why this code that we had, where was it? I think that's why this code mattered. And yeah, I guess I can start to see it now. So if you think about it, like if we take a picture of this, so we have some region, let's just say it's exactly the rectangle here. A customer is going to enter this region to buy an item. And if they choose to buy this item, they're in this region for longer before leaving it because they're only going to leave through the left side right now. And in that time that they're in this region, they're going to pick items from the shop again. Whereas, yeah, the armor shop, so yeah, I think what Codex is saying is right. The armor shop even if you pick the farthest item away, so they go over to this one, they could still exit with this short path and not have to double back over the path they came through. So yes, I'm going to give you a point. I think that is very helpful. And I guess that's the problem here. So that if we were to turn this off, it wouldn't make them more likely to purchase while they're still in the shop. And that's why it kind of mostly fixed it, but still not totally, because all this is doing is increasing the chance that they hit here. There was still a 5% chance that they would try to buy from the same shop. And then they could, a half second later, check again. And if they were in the shop, they'd have an even bigger chance of buying from there. God, but this is just so... How would you fix this? I wanted them to have a chance to buy from the same shop again. I guess what we need to do is just not based on distance. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so I think that's what we're going to do after lunch. So I think the problem is what Codex DG was saying. The armor shop is easiest to exit. The weapon shop is like a one-way cave that you get stuck in and then have a higher chance of buying from. So I think the potential solution is, instead of considering distance, just consider which shop we last purchased from and when that happened. So if you just bought a weapon and it was less than, I don't know, like 4 seconds ago, consider buying another weapon. Can you test by giving them longer between buys? Yeah. That's a good idea. So if I set this to always be a minimum of, let's say 10 seconds. So now they will not try even considering buying something before 10 seconds have passed. That should naturally even out all of this. Balance the shops around that. No, yeah, that'd be nuts. That'd be really difficult. And we need to keep in mind that like shops are naturally biased just based on the number of exits. I think it'd be a headache. All right, so now we're gonna need a lot of customers. I'm gonna make quite a lot. And now it should be even now, because now they're all gonna leave the shop before they consider buying again. And then they should just go to a random shop again. So is that what's happening? No, something's lower than the other ones. The weapon shop is lower. I think 10 seconds should be enough. Easier balance behavior with, yeah. Yeah. I just can't believe these problems exist. They're so difficult to figure out. Yeah, the weapon shop is not preferred here. What would be causing this then? Because I don't think it's evening out. Yeah, one's at 400, the other's at 500, the other's at like 466. But this is basically saying anytime you enter the wander state, wait 10 seconds before considering buying something. And 10 seconds, even at the slowest speed, at 40 pixels would be 400 pixels that you move. That radius was set to 118, which is a 236 pixel diameter, which should be enough time for them to leave, assuming they wanted to leave, which they have to. They're going to buy from there again, which they can't decide they want to do. It's further away from the other shops. You haven't removed the distance preference yet, right? I don't think the distance should matter now based on that, although like nothing is saying go buy from the closest shop when they're just wandering around. When they're wandering around, they should go to a shop, and the shop they go to should always be just a random one. Hey, Elithera, seems like a problem only a mathematician can solve. Oh, we're going to solve this in a way that hopefully doesn't require any coincidences. Did this even out a little bit more? Weapon, armor. like kind of, sort of. We can figure out what the exact numbers are. Round this times 100 divided by 8.5. Okay, the percents are pretty close. We could probably just say that that did fix it. Yeah. I thought it was like a drastic difference, but this is, they're supposed to be 33%. So they're 34 and 32. Yeah, I think that's just normal variance. When they're 25 and 44, they're not normal variance anymore. So yes, I think that is the problem. I think that is a very good eye from Codex to have thought of that. And just, man, what a bonkers process that was, right? I just can't believe it. No, he's not fixed it, but I think we'll do that in the afternoon. And I will probably go get lunch. Just crazy, 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 crazy. On the plus side, I do want to, I want to fix this, and I think I want to push a new build, unless we can do whatever this next thing is. No, I'll probably hold off on that one. Shut, thanks for subbing. What was the decision to not have them exit on the bottom? That was just a simplification of make them all wander over here so that their closest distance couldn't have anything to do with it. So they're all going to stay in the warehouse until they decide to buy something, and then they'll go pick a random shop. So that's why they're not exiting out of the bottom right now. But in the real game, they do exit out of the bottom or the right side of, sorry, the bottom or the side of every shop, but they do so with different probabilities. And those probabilities are based on something I can't easily show anymore because I deleted all the things. Anyway, they're these things we call wander regions. And for example, this is a wander region. So what this is saying is every time a customer wants to wander, they randomly pick a region, and then they randomly pick a point within that region. So they might pick here or here or here, but there's only the one region right now. Normally in the game, there are, I think, 5 or maybe 6. There's one for each shop. There's the warehouse. And I think there are a couple of like helper ones down here, because otherwise they would never have a reason to take these bottom paths. So it must be that we had these wander regions set that they stayed for longer in their shops they were supposed to be in based on how they were exiting the shop. And that's that. And yeah, as Codex said, the armor shop, no matter what, is always the easiest to exit because the item displays are at the bottom and they can only exit out of the bottom or the right. And yeah, that's why the weapon shop is purchased from more, because sometimes they exit out of the left. Anyway, nuts. I'm gonna go get lunch. It's 12:42. I'll be back in about an hour probably, and then we'll stream for another maybe like 2 to 3 hours. It might just be long enough to like fix this bug, test it, push a build, and maybe just like play the game for a bit and just see how all these changes feel. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I'll see you in a bit. Let me run my change OBS scene. There we go. Bye everybody. Hope to see you soon.